Well, all hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and non-binary friends from around the world. Welcome to the Spin September Showcase. I will be one of your happy-go-lucky hosts this evening, Captain Atsoka, but I am joined on the desk by a very special person, one of the best in the business, one of the best analysts that we have in this world of esports. I'm joined on the desk by none other than Nerdy Bird. Nerdy Bird, how are we doing today?
I am doing great. It is a temperate, I guess to say, Saturday morning where I'm at. I know it's afternoon for a lot of people, but I'm in mountain time, so it's only about 11 a.m. currently. It's cold. I love it. It means I can actually walk outside and enjoy the sunshine without wanting to boil alive at the same time. But instead, I'm going to be inside here until it gets a little bit warmer here. So I get to burn off some of the cold hours where the frost is still on the ground while casting some Valorant today, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, I was about to say that cold weather, that must be nice. Where I'm from down here in New Orleans, Louisiana, it's not cold. It's like never cold here. As a matter of fact, we just had a hurricane come through, and believe it or not, it actually made it warmer because of the humidity. So yeah, enjoy that nice cold air for me, because down here it just feels miserable.
I'll take a nice walk just for you today.
I appreciate it. But as we get ready to head into the day, let's get ready to not forget on what it is that we have going on here today. Nerdy Bird, why don't you tell us what special things that we have in store for today?
Well, we're going to be today bringing you Valorant, and then we're going to be bringing you some Smash, but all of this would not be easily done without the help of some of our sponsors that we have here today. In particular, I'm going to start out with a quick shout out to Coca-Cola and Oreo. It is finally here. It's not a drill. Coca-Cola Creations has dipped into its bag of tricks and has pulled off a best of both worlds experience in cosmic collaboration with Oreos. This limited edition Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available now. Take a trip with us to your local convenience store today and experience this match made in heaven while it still lasts. And our other sponsor is Stay Plugged In. Stay Plugged In is the leading esports recruiting platform in the country, and creating an account and competing in showcases are free. A free account will allow you to search for college esports programs, build your personal esports brand, and gain competitive experience by competing in Stay Plugged In online recruiting esports events, just like the ones that you are witnessing here today. Plus, if you want to take it a step further, our platinum plan at less than a Twitch subscription per month will take your search for colleges. It will help your search for colleges become unstoppable. You can use your Spin profile to keep track of your search for colleges, work with your Spin recruiting specialist to create a personalized plan of action, and narrow down the search of schools that make sense for you. Every student's wants and needs in colleges are always different. And message college esports recruiters directly through the Spin website and invite them to watch you compete in the next Spin event you are attending.
Yeah, and we also can't forget about the drip. If you're going to be participating in these events and you want to look good while you're doing it, so don't forget about Emerge Apparel. Emerge Apparel definitely will bring the look for you. The esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for owners and directors of new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs. Let Emerge take the burden of merchandising off your hands. Organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their organization. That's right, with an Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of the proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. With a Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep inventory or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. Replace stress with revenue. Visit emergeapparel.gg, emergeapparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today.
And what you're looking at here is this one of our spin arenas. The spin showcase events happen every month. We have one going on right now that you are being a part of by just watching with us, or perhaps someone you know is competing. And then next month, there will be an additional showcase with more game titles taking place. And what we're looking at here is the Spin Labs. Once you've got your students and fans geared up, Spin can provide your program a great space to compete. Provide your students with the right equipment, software, network, and set your teams apart from the competition. Stay Plugged In can help guide you through the physical design and layout for your institution's esports space, and ultimately construct the lab itself to help you engage more students through STEM learning, community building, and more. Send in any inquiries over to rene@staypluggedin.gg. Again, that's rene@staypluggedin.gg to find out more. Let's build something together with Spin STEM Labs.
Yeah, and speaking of, we are going to be having yet another showcase. It's going to be an $1,100 prize pool for the Stay Plugged In showcase, and we do have Valorant and Super Smash Brothers going to be available there. Don't forget to register now at staypluggedin.gg/events, going down on October 12th, 2024. You are not going to want to miss it. Remember to, once again, visit staypluggedin.gg/events to register now. And again, we have the Overwatch 2 and Rocket League Stay Plugged In showcase as well, with a $1,000 prize pool on October 13th, 2024. And once again, you can register for these titles at staypluggedin.gg/events. So again, we have titles for everybody. Make sure you get to the website and register now so you can be ready to compete on October 13th, 2024 for Overwatch 2 and Rocket League at the Stay Plugged In showcase.
The most highly anticipated high school esports competition returns in 2024. The Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars is an exclusive event that provides talented high school players with the chance to compete in front of college recruiters and industry professionals. Selected participants will be featured in competition broadcasts across major platforms, offering exposure to larger esports audiences and a guaranteed piece of a $20,000 prize pool. Visit allstars.staypluggedin.com. Once again, that's allstars.staypluggedin.com, and fill out a quick form to begin your nominations.
Oh my goodness, and we definitely have a day prepared for us going ahead. Again, we're going to be starting things off with Valorant, but we also have Smash later on, and I got to tell you, I am looking forward not just to the Valorant games, but I'm also really looking forward to Smash. I don't know about you, but my summer has been filled with so much Smash Brothers. But with that being said, Nerdy Bird, as we get ready to head into Valorant, I need to pick your brain a little bit, because with the new additions to agents like Vice, we are seeing things change. And again, Vice is looking really, really strong as an agent. What are your thoughts about Vice coming into the meta this season in Valorant?
So I understand how at first Vice can seem very scary. There's the ability to place down util that is quote unquote invisible, which is not something we don't experience already. I mean, if you think about it, the spy cam is also a piece of invisible utility until it's activated, just like the flash that Vice has. And the Vice wall is invisible, but it does produce a sound, and it has a visible footprint on the ground before activation. So if you're playing against a Vice, I think what it comes down to is it forces decisions to be made before you want them to be made, in the form of that wall. And so it's like you have to sit there and decide, do I want to cross this threshold now? Am I going to do it by myself? Am I going to wait for a teammate? Because the other thing is that if Thorn Volley is thrown, or if you haven't broken the Thorn Volley, you basically are duck on like just a duck without water in that instance, and by yourself. So it really comes down to being precise and making decisions as a whole unit on how to deal with a Vice and their util.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Vice scares me. When I see a Vice on the other team, I automatically get nervous. But with that being said, I want to take a look at the teams that are going to be battling it out today as we get ready to take a look at our first matchup here. As you can see, for our upper quarterfinals, we're going to have Am Cheesed and Magic, and as well Hebron High School taking on Team. And then going down even further, you can see it's going to be Gorilla in the Mist taking on Starlight. And then to end things up here for the upper quarterfinals, you have Dreamland taking on Ackworth Academy.
Yeah, and so our first official game of the day is going to be that Habern High School versus Team. This is a very creative name. I've seen other creative names as well, such as Buy being used as a team name, so people got confused, or TBD. Team is a new one. I've yet to see that one before. So we've got Team taking on Team Habern High School coming out for our first quarterfinals match of the day. All right, so without spoiling anything, if you had to pick a map, what map would you want to see us competing on? Or is there a map you wouldn't want to see? Because it feels like there's casters that have just a bone to pick with certain maps.
Whoa, and you see, this is why it's funny. I'm so glad. You know what, speaking of, you wanted to know what map I want it to be on? It's Haven. I love Haven. I'm sorry. Haven is the tried and true of Valorant. All roads lead back to Haven. I am so glad we're here, because when it was out of the map pool for last season, my goodness, that was probably like my least favorite season. And I love Valorant, okay? But when Haven was gone, I felt like a piece of me had left with it. So I'm glad to see Haven back. I'm happy we're here. But I will say, and you know what, I always get scrutinized for my opinion on this, but my #1 favorite map in Valorant is actually Icebox.
Really? I'm not scrutinizing you, because it's definitely one of my favorites as well. Full transparency, when Haven's out of competitive rotation, I'm not super sad. That is mainly just because I play controller.
You play controller on Valorant?
No, I play the role of controller.
I was about, well, you see, now we gotta, because now that Valorant is available on console, now we have to clarify, when you say controller, you mean the smokes. I just call them smokes.
That's valid. That is what I do. I use KBM, but I like to play Clove, I like to play Viper, I like to play Omen, and sometimes, you know, you'll get me on Initiator, but beyond that, yeah, no. So I'm Brimstone with the smokes and the orbital strikes to make sure I can buy a little bit of extra time here and there, but typically I'm solo smokes, just like we see on both these squads. We only have one controller per side. So Haven always feels like it's stretched really thin for me as a controller player, especially if people are expecting smokes before there's any sort of information giving out. So it's something that we want to look at here as we enter into these first couple of rounds, is what type of utility usage do we have coming out from the controllers? Is it being used to buy time early? If they're rotating quickly, they're rotating slower, that sort of stuff can really tell us the type of pace that these teams like to have. And Captain, since you really like this map, I'm going to give this to you. I hate puns personally, but this is a friend, my best friend says this all the time when we enter this map, and she goes, Artie, we have in a good time. So you can use that one for this map from here on out.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for giving me that. That one, again, I love puns. You know, I'm the opposite. I'm a very, very punny person. But with that being said, we are getting our first round underway here on Haven. Going into the pistol round, you can already see Nobu is finding a little bit of danger. They do get poked out there by that sonar, being able to ping exactly where they are, the recon dart, if you will. And now you got Fuzzy trying to make their way over towards C-Long, doing a little bit of recon. A lot of peekaboo here, nothing much happening yet, although you do see the Sova on Team. They did take a little bit of early damage.
What's occurring is a bit smart, but the multiple rotations can be your Achilles heel. They tried to force out util. All they got was recon bolts, I believe, and maybe some of the dark cover. And they're going to come in using fault line. They find one elimination. The return fault line from our defensive breach does work out. We get 2 trades for tag finding one at the very end, but there's 2 more falling down. It's a 3v2. Habern High School is looking like they should be able to calm this one down in their favor, but Fuzzy coming in with this Ghost finds an instant headshot. Our spike is still not down, and that's where things get a little bit worrisome.
And you can see they're going to be going around the corner. Gets the 1v1, but it will not be enough. Pax is able to come through to get the final elimination onto Fuzzy, and that's going to be round #1 going the way of Hebron.
I mean, we had that Cypher come in very last minute, get in those dirty headshots on 2 players. Granted, yes, there's a very real chance that they'd taken a decent chunk of damage before those shots went through. I was more focused on crosshair placement than anything else. I didn't check the health bars at the very top, but that was pretty standard. You should have anticipated there was going to be a Cypher lurking up, possibly coming out through B to A, but you know, coming all the way back through A main, A long, I was a little surprised that was the pathing we took a Cypher instead of lurking through B, considering we knew where everyone was standing. Worked out kind of. Almost managed to pull things back in their favor, getting that 2-piece combo, but couldn't get the 3rd piece. Now we have that recon bolt again in Garage, but I think it ricocheted a little bit wrong, so we're not going to find the intel we initially wanted off of that.
Yeah, no, but on the favor of Hebron, they did manage to at least get the elimination on that chamber. That was Fuzzy. Remember that Fuzzy caused them a little bit of trouble there in round number 1. Not gonna have to worry about them here in round 2, as once again another elimination will go the way of Hebron, which is to be expected. I mean, they were able to buy up this round.
The one thing I'm a little surprised about is we had a very advantageous buy. I don't know if anyone caught it. Typically, you're buying Stingers, Spectres, maybe an Outlaw, maybe a Marshal, but you're not buying a Vandal. And someone bought a Vandal. That is a combination you don't typically see anymore. It used to be done in the pro scene quite frequently, where 1 or 2 people on your first buy phase would buy a Vandal or a Phantom, everyone else Stingers and Spectres, and it's the pick-up weapons game. If you die and you had the Vandal, your teammate has to pick it up and toss the Spectre and pray that they're able to get the elimination on the person in front of them. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. The two Vandals, the Spectre. We bought an Ares, which is the poor man's version of the Odin in this essence, but now we have to cope with the fact that everyone on the enemy team now has the ARs, and this is where things get a little bit worse for Rare, and I feel like the Ares is probably the one that's really going to be the most punished in this situation for this weapons matchup.
You know what? I couldn't agree more. Again, when it comes to that, you know, that, I guess that price range, I'm definitely going to go with the Spectre over the Ares, but my goodness! What a no-scope. You see, and this is why I love these matches, because it makes me realize how horrible I am at this game. I would have never have landed that shot.
Look, it's not our job to be the best of the best at this game. It's our job to highlight those that are better at this game than us. We just make them look cool. We are bad at the game, so they look even cooler.
Oh, I just can't get over that no-scope. It was so clean. Meanwhile, you can see we are in the post plant here over towards the A site. Cypher Cage goes out, going to provide a little bit of cover here. Pax now going to be going in. It looks like they're going to get a blind fire. 2 will be eliminated on the swing, and that will be the last. They're coming from team, and that was a beautiful retake coming from Hebron in order to get the 3rd round and a bonus round at that.
The one fatal mistake that I think team had actually made is, you know, your Cypher, your Sensi, they can prevent the flanks, but no one from Hebron was flanking. Was using both trips prior to planting. Had we had one post-plant trip over there near the connection for B site to A site, and when Cyber Cage went up, instead of just the audio cue, there would have been a visual cue of at least one person getting caught by the tripwire, and everyone could have fired in on that and actually created a suppressive force to reckon with, rather than blind firing into the Cyber Cage and giving everyone in that cage intel as to where we're standing.
Yeah, and remember in the, actually before the show even started, you know, I had mentioned the Hebron that I recognize this team. It's because I had the pleasure of, you know, casting and analyzing their games before, and I got to tell you, they are not disappointing. They just seem in peak form as they have been in the past. It's always a treat to actually get to watch them play and see how they grow as a team, because honestly, they just keep getting better and better, and so far here on Haven, they are just, once again, living up to their reputation.
Well, I'm interested to see, Hebron, are you going to manage to keep it going? We're only 3 rounds in, so the Fat Lady has not sung by any means here for Team. They are the only ones with an ult online, and my voice just squeaked. Wow. I promise I am actually in my late 20s. We have that Neuro Theft ready to go, but that does mean that someone on the side of the team needs to get an elimination if we want to use that to get intel to figure out where we want to go. And we have Schweeps walking in through this dark cover very quietly, and you can see Omens posted up. All 3 of these players need to swing out at the same time, but the fault line comes through, so it's just a 1-for-1 trade thereafter.
Yeah, it's really not looking good for team right now. However, they did manage to find quite a few eliminations, but it's not going to be enough. As you can see, the final player from team will go down. And don't get me wrong, this is a win for Hebron, but this is what I like to call an expensive win. You have to keep in mind, team, they were going through an eco round just now. So they managed to take out 3 of Hebron, you know, with literally the bottom of the barrel buys, and now Hebron has to come away with 3 whole new rebuys. Even though they did win the bonus round, it's still what I consider an expensive win, but a win nonetheless. 4-0 in the favor of Hebron so far here on Haven.
I don't think Hebron has actually had an unexpensive win thus far, now that you mentioned that. Most of the rounds that they have won, they've lost 2 to 3 players. And when you lose 2, that's one thing, but losing 3 is when you're like, yeesh. Thankfully, their economy is very healthy right now. Hebron is okay, but team, this is a half buy, full buy type situation. It's not a break and buy, but if they lose this round, their economy is going to be really bad. And we're already coming in strong, but it's just immediately responded with at the trade. Schwartz has picked up 2 and will end up finding another. So now Hebron is forced to come back in down 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to unpack there, but we're going to wait for the round to end before we get into the post-round analysis. As you can see, we are in the post plant, and Northy trying to make their way in. They've already given up sight, and now you have to ask yourself, do you actually try and attempt to go for this 2v4, or do you try and just save the Vandals here? Do you go for the save? Do you back up? No, it does look as though Hebron is going to try to make a last-ditch effort.
Well, their economy is healthy enough. They can manage it. However, getting hit with the paranoia, the dark cover being there, we're trying to also, if you're fuzzies, look for a spike cam placement. We're a little late here. We find one more elimination. It's just the KJ. It's Paxlo standing, going to return to that defender spawn area and pray that no one comes racing after them. You can see on the minimap that the exodus of everyone from team was back towards the attacker spawn as well, so we're fine. But honestly, risk it for the biscuit. Your team's economy is healthy as can be. Everyone's going to have to, most of the team has to rebuy anyway. I think, yeah, the only exception was our Jet. And if you're Jet, typically, you know, you can get the intel of where the team is going, and the site that they're not, you go grab the orb and you can get your Bladestorm online. No big deal. But instead, we're going to opt for actually sharing around some of that cash money and buying our Jet a weapon instead if we're looking at how Hebron went with the buy. Team, though, not everyone, I believe, is able to buy up this round, so it's, again, a partial buy and full buy for this squad.
Yeah, already a lot of information given to Hebron here. As you can see, it is going to be a full push from team over back towards the A site. Already you can see Nick Doa able to find an elimination, and now another going the way of Hebron as they will find a trade. Fuzzies is able to pick up an elimination there. Again, traded out on the A site. Another elimination from the mid coming from Fuzzies. And I got to tell you, this Cypher is becoming a nuisance for Hebron.
I adore the lurking Cypher players. I think that is where Cyphers excel. You prevent the flanks from occurring on your team. You let them know if someone is flanking, and then you just go through and you flank yourself. Not setting up to prevent flanks from occurring is a little bit of an issue I am noticing, and honestly, KJ, I think, was predicting it, but ended up losing the duel anyway, as we're going for this post-plant play here, re-engaging here from Havern High School. The dark cover's on top, but we try to fake the TP. Fault line comes through. We find one elimination, 2. Magician, can you get the 3rd? No, you're going to get eliminated instead. We're in a 1v2, and it's so, I think, honestly, this is a save type of situation, but as I say that, that's another elim. Ooh, play for the tap, play for the tap. The pros never fake as we swing through. Tag will prevent that spike from being defused.
My goodness, that was a fantastic round. I mean, don't get me wrong, like team came away with the win in the end, but still, my goodness, I mean, Hebron just did not give up. I mean, they were able to get that 2v1, bring it all the way back down to that 1v1. Again, fantastic shots being placed, but like we had mentioned earlier, it just seems like the main focus here is coming from Minha and that Sova there on Hebron, and of course Fuzzy, that lurking Cypher that we've been seeing make plays all day on the side of team. And now getting ready to head into round number 7, we are looking at an ult economy, 3 ults at the ready, and now the Bladestorm comes out for Hebron.
Oh, lurking up through sewer. We walk in, dodge the owl drone, find one elimination, disengage, and don't even have to use our tailwind. But Nobu is in, gets fault line, insta elimination by Evil.
Looking to find another one. No more blades, unfortunately.
I don't know what's worse, running out of blades or using your classic and managing to actually like getting eliminated by a classic this late in the game always hurts, I feel like. So my heart goes out to you, Omen.
R.I.P. Omen. My goodness. As now you can see it is going to be a 3v1 in the favor of Hebron, and let's make that a 3v none. That is going to be another round going the way of Hebron. As once again, they're able to use that Blade Storm there from the Jet, perfectly executed. I mean, they definitely got their return on investment.
Now let's take a look at let's crunch the numbers here on how much money these players have. Team, you can see there's someone who's less than triple digits, someone who has absolutely nothing left in the bank. And so this is, we're approaching what I would refer to as a Frankenbuy at this point. I do believe Nobu is opting to use Blade Storm this round, is going to be walking in with a shorty. Everyone else, we have, I think, 2 players with full shields. Let's see, Evil, are you going to find a quick elimination on your doppelganger here, who has Blade Storm ready to go, has Tailwind initiated, looking for that opportunity to round this corner once the rest of the team is through sewers. Dark cover is in heaven. Our team's used the fall line, but no one's caught in it.
And you can already see Nick Doa just trying to find anyone with that outlaw. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get one until they do. What a shot, being able to take out Fuzzy. And now, again, this is the post plant, so this is going to be working against Hebron, but they do manage to find another trade. As you can see, it is going to be a 4v3 now in the favor of Hebron, but the clock is not in their favor, as now the Rolling Thunder comes out, and they will be swinging for the retake. Minhan with the drop from up on high, able to get the elim, and will get the defuse to boot.
I think team right now for their A execution, I can see the protocol. I know what the game plan is here and when the things are supposed to be executed, but the issue is it's getting too predictable. Team, you gotta have like a alternative version of the protocol, or maybe just swap sites. I mean, it's okay to change, just don't oscillate. We're not going to be fans and just go AC. Shake it up a little bit, though. I think we've perpetually pushed A site, except for one time we went C site out of opportunity. So perhaps, yeah, I like what we're joining up a little bit more near garage now and C. So I think somehow my words have made it across.
Well, here we are in mid. Let's see what they manage to do with it. It looks as though that they are going to try and go for this B hit here. And it will be Mirage throwing out some of the smoke. Going to look for cover here. Is going to TP in. Nobu manages to find their way into the back of the B site. They do manage to take it, but if there's anything we've seen from Hebron is that they come through with a monster retake in the post plant.
The one thing I will say, though, is when they had the equalization in manpower, never mind, I was going to say that they've had to use ultimates to keep the opportunity to engage when we're equal as far as agents, but it doesn't matter this time. There is only one player left standing, and it sweeps outside. We've got 2 posts. What?
Wait, did they just win that?
Yeah. This person just turns around after getting paranoid, faces down a KJ, someone else, and hits the defuser.
I had to do a double take. I couldn't even, I couldn't even, it didn't register. What just happened? Oh my good, that again, play of the game. Has to be play of the game. So at least so far. There's 10 rounds in, we still got plenty to go, but I'll be surprised if there's a better play than that. I mean, literally ice in the veins. They picked up that Vandal. Like, they went in with the Stinger, so they had to get in a limb, pick up the Vandal, turn around, and get 3 head taps. Oh my goodness.
Well executed, as we have the Hunter's Fury now coming in. That's going to be coming from Hebron High School. They do find 2 eliminations. There's unfortunately our KJ, who did have the lockdown, which is great for retake here for Hebron, has fallen. Now we have Tag and Mirage both getting 1 elimination. So we're trading with the Omens. The Paranoia goes through onto Tag. And unfortunately, that's another elimination. So it's a 1v1. As I mean, our Omen has From the Shadows. I don't really foresee that coming into play here, as Minhan is going to start probably looking to force our Omen to swing out. We've given dark cover on the Spike. That was possibly... Oh, I see now. It was a one-way on Spike.
I mean, regardless, still fantastic plays being made again from Minhan as they're able to once again clutch up and find the defuse, giving their 7th round win to Hebron as we get ready to head into round number 11. And not only that, but Minhan coming in with the Odin, and there's no combo I love better than a good old Sova Odin combo. Granted, you see it more on Ascent than you do Haven, but I'm okay with seeing it here too.
Yeah, I don't normally see it outside of that map, at least with the current map rotation, but I do see its advantages. I'm not someone who typically uses the Odin anymore. I used to when I began this game because I liked maximum bullet output. I now see the error of my ways, as we've already had Hebron lose one player. We heard From the Shadows get used and dismissed, probably just to gain information. Our KJ, though, for Hebron is still alive, the person with that lockdown. So despite the man disadvantage currently on the virtual gaming field, if you're looking at team, they can engage, they can get the plant. If you're Hebron, you're looking to force utility and re-engage using that lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, no matter which way you look at it, it's still going to be tough, even with this early limb, you know, this eco round, unless they can, once again, find another weapon to pick up. I mean, it's just going to be too hard. As you can see, it will be Schweeps, who I'm pretty sure was the hero coming from team in that other play during another eco round. Let's see if they can do it again. I mean, they got a little bit over 30 seconds to try and find an answer.
We actually have Pax lurking very far forward up through C, probably just trying to make sure that there was no one there, but a fast execution. Flood into A side is occurring currently for team. We see the dark cover. Minhan comes out of it, gets a 2-piece, almost finds the third, doesn't land any shots, unfortunately, and Schweeps, using that Guardian suppressive fire, rushes in, swaps out the gun as Tag gets that plant down.
Yeah, that they do, and now we are here in the post plant, 3v2 in the favor of Hebron. And they have been pretty exceptional when it comes to playing retake here. They're going to be playing peekaboo in the smoke, looking to get the trade. They managed to hit one, but they got caught by the lockdown. And now here we are, 1v1. Omen going to throw out the smoke. As you can see, Northy on the hunt and on the prowl. They're not going to have a lot of time here. They have to fake the defuse, looking for the shoulder, and they're not going to be able to get it. Tag able to come away with the final elimination in order to get their 4th round win in favor of team.
All right, so now we've swapped. The sides have swapped? No, not yet. I can math. Yes, they have, right?
We are in round number 12. This should be round 12 here.
This is the last round here for this half, and then we're going to swap sides. Team,
I'm not good at math.
think I'm not either. There's a reason why I'm not in school anymore, and it is because I graduated, but not with a math degree.
Same.
Team, if you can manage to get one more round win in here, I will be shocked just based off of how things began at the start of this series. However, walking away at the end of the first half on attack with 4, I think is also relatively good. So we have Evil get hit with that fault line, trying to address the protocols that we have here on A site. Posted up a little different, not as far forward, and I think got punished for not taking that forward positioning because Schweeps comes in with a 2-piece.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Hunter's Fury there. And then also keep in mind, you do have Nobu there on the cleanup, able to find the third. And now, you know, for Hebron, they managed to come away with these retakes before on the A site, but I don't think they're going to be able to come away with this one. This is a 5v2. And not only that, but there is just so much utility available for team. They're able to poke them out already using the recon dart and able to use the nade from Breach. As you do see that Northy does manage to find one. And now another Northy and a 1v3 finally will go down. But my goodness, they did not go down without a fight.
I was a little shocked that Aftershock found an elimination on the re-engagement from Hebron High School in that instance. I don't typically see that one finding eliminations, at least at this level of gameplay, but I think if you're team, you're like, nah, I ain't moving. If I move, I'm revealing my teammates, so my only option is to die. So you took it on the chin for sure in that instance. Now we swap sides, 7-5. This is definitely anybody's map. I really want to be keeping an eye on on both these Sentinels for these squads, where they're putting down the util to see like what type of anticipation of flanks, mid lurks do each of these Sentinels think are going to be happening here.
Yeah, and you know what? I gotta say, I'm liking the breach gameplay that we have seen here. Again, like you said, the Aftershock was able to find an limb last round. And do you know how hard it is for me not to call Aftershock a wall bang anytime I see it? Like, it's literally quite a wall bang. But with that being said, we are well and underway here into the second half now of the pistol round. And there you go. We have ourselves an even lineup 4v4.
Tag dodges the fault line. He's gonna use that shadow step to get away, but leave their teammate out to slaughter, and they themselves go for the swing out of the smoke after recognizing the danger their own squad was in. Finds themselves getting eliminated. Turret's going to be removed. This is Fuzzy. Fuzzy did this last time too. Remember, our first pistol round on A site execution came back through A main, found 2 elims, but it was a 1v3. This is a 1v2. Fuzzy, the cards are in your favor this time.
Yep, Fuzzy Wuzzy was a cipher. Fuzzy Wuzzy fake defuse, he's a liar. Watch out. Looking for these shots to land again. It just doesn't look like it's gonna happen. They're gonna have to go in the attack here. Right down. C-Main gets hit by the paranoia and will be eliminated. That is Hebron taking the pistol round in the second half, only to further the momentum that they managed to build there in the first.
Truthfully, I felt like Fuzzy, had we had that first elimination off the first peak, because they didn't swing together. I anticipated, I think the 1, 2, 3 count was just a little bit off between those two. Had that one-on-one been in Fuzzy's favor, we could have just gone for the spike defuse and forced the other person to swing us. But knowing that 2 people are going to swing us, not knowing where the second is at, is always a risky situation.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, going into the second half, I feel like that was a pistol round that team definitely wanted to win there, so that way they could start in the second half with the right foot forward and then bring them that much closer to equalizing against Hebron. But again, we are in a similar position that we saw in the first half. Hebron, they managed to take the pistol round, and hopefully it doesn't go the same way as Hebron in the first half. Were able to win the bonus as well. And it looks as though they are going to be able to take the second as only the Jet remains. Nobu manages to find a Vandal, but it's not going to do them much good. Hebron come away with their 9th round win.
Okay, team. Now is where things start to get a little bit worse for wear. It's that team that hits double digits, and you being at half the score theoretically. If Hebron walks away with the next round victory, you're gonna start getting your palms are gonna get sweaty, your knees are gonna get weak. You won't know because you're sitting down in a chair. And we can see that team is recognizing the situation they're in. They are force buying up as much as they possibly can. 3 players have half shields, as opposed to opting to go with the Spectres and Stingers and going with full shields. They're full buying as much as they possibly can to prevent Hebrons from hitting those double digits before we're within about 2 rounds of that double digit mark ourselves.
Yeah, and like you had mentioned, that's when we get down to the nitty gritty, right? Is whenever, one of the teams get to the double digits first. Meanwhile, you do see it is going to be somewhat of it looks like there's going to be a push here at Garage, although they did lead the spike back in case they have to rotate out. Meanwhile, again, they're just playing a little bit of game of chicken here, where they're trying to see who's going to make the first peak, who's going to make the first mistake, who's going to get caught out. And team right now, they really need to find an early pick here, as they do manage to get one. Team managed to start out really well here going into round number 15 as they look to try and find another peak. And meanwhile, Hebron, it looks like they're being held back. They can't find a way in.
It was a very similar push to what we saw in round 2 from Team's offensive attempt as well. Lurking more towards that mid, but creating a diagonal wall that you can't pass through if you're trying to lurk up through A site. And the person that's going to get punished first is actually Nobu from Team. But now everyone's going to disengage. A very similar thing to what we saw earlier from Team. So apparently this is the type of protocols where squads are running now. Whereas I was anticipating maybe a default push, but instead of defaulting and forcing anyone to go alone, we're going to go together, get an elimination, and then run the heck away as fast as possible.
Yeah, well, you notice that whenever they do decide to like actually like rotate, and again, now that Hebron's on the offensive side, you know, it's kind of a problem that we saw earlier coming from team is that whenever they were attacking A or even B for that matter, they were hard sticking, you know, like they committed whenever they decided to go to a site. But you know, we're seeing Hebron, they're playing a little bit more fluid. You know, they started out at in mid, looking at garage, playing around with B, and then they rotated to C. So I really like the type of play style that Hebron is bringing to Haven, and that's why you have those 3 sides, right? So that way you have multiple options. Again, it's a 3-sided map. It's another reason why I love Lotus so much as well. And again, this is what I like to see from the offense on Haven, being able to adapt, react on the fly, and if it's not going well on one site, rotate and find an avenue to another.
You pointed it out, and it's kind of on the same time, I like it, but I don't like it because of the predictability of the, okay, rotate quickly. That means defense can react very fast. And so theoretically, because we haven't had a fake at all, once the stomping starts, like that team, both teams have committed to these full rotates. I think, you know, maybe try to juke someone out as we see that aftershock go through, and it's actually going to cut off the jet from their own breach, returning the favor. We're going to have a fault line for initiation, possibly, or we could actually have our first fake, as there's a duel happening between Schweeps and the KJ over from A main. We have to force evacuate back towards A long.
And once again, you see Schweeps there just trying to get a cheeky little pop shot, not going to be able to find anything on that. Meanwhile, again, you can see the rest of Hebron are just corralling back over towards mid as evil Nick Doa finds a 2-piece, and finally the lurky turkey goes down. Nick Doa putting in work here.
4v3 favoring Hebron as we get in. We drop the recon bolt. We're spreading out, pushing further forward towards the defensive area. Fuzzy is taken out by the shock dart. So there's a free upgrade for our Sova. As Mirage is going back towards the back of C-Long, finds one elimination on the Nobu. Sweeps. Oh, we see the jump peak, but now we're going to have a 2-player swing. Theoretically, nope, Minhan doesn't need the duo swing. Can take the 1v1 just fine.
Yeah, right now, Hebron looking rather unstoppable, to be honest. I mean, they were looking great in the first half, but when we got into the second half, what was it? It was like a 7-5 split going into the second half. That's a good half, no matter which way you look at it. 7-5, we'll take those all day. However, it seems as though that Hebron on Haven is just popping off on the offense. And don't get me wrong, they were playing a little aggressive on defense, right? You know, they were pushing lanes, they were taking these somewhat of ego challenges, but they were winning some of them too. The thing is that now that Hebron is on the offensive side where they can play aggressive, they're just leaning straight into it. And you know what? It's paying off. Right now, they are just 1 round away from putting themselves onto match point.
Seeing how they are on offense, I think they're very well disciplined on defense, but they didn't check their angle, and we just gave up not 1, but 2 kills before Mirage finally was able to swing far enough to get line of sight onto the enemy jet.
Yeah, there goes that recon dart again.
We are disciplined, but not disciplined enough to check the angle. That is, I feel like, Valorant 101, 102, if you think crosshair placement comes first.
I'll be honest. I think checking your corners, like, again, always check the. I feel like that's rule 1 me. You know, I mean, maybe crosshair placement is number 1, but for me, it was definitely checking the angles because that was the one thing that I had to really check myself into doing because I just had a bad habit of just, you know, holding the W key and not even looking to where I was going.
Not to mention, like, if you do that in this game where a TTK is as low as it is here, you're going to be spending a lot of time looking at the spectator screen.
Yeah, I do. I do spend a lot of time.
I do too.
I mean, even right now.
Okay.
What are we doing now? We're watching the spectator screen. But anywho, you see, that's why I'm so good at this, is because I watch the spectator screen often. I have a lot of experience. As we continue on, the clock now winding down, the final 5 seconds. Hebron don't have an answer. They can't get the plan off. That's just going to be the clock coming away with a win for Team. And don't get me wrong, a much needed win for Team.
And I do think they managed to upgrade 2 weapons as well, Team did, off of that. So they lost Jet. They definitely can give a weapon over or buy their teammate a weapon as needed, depending on if you like the skin one of your friends picked up or not. Jet also does have that Bladestorm online. We have From the Shadows and Neurotheft, all for Team. Whereas Hebron High School, we're looking at that Bladestorm as well as Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury is great for retake. We've seen these Bladestorms used as a point, basically, when our teams are pushing through areas to clear them out. Perhaps we change things up. We go for a slightly more mid-lurk play from one of our duelists, but instead we're duo pushing forward on C and spraying into dark cover, making sure Nobu gets that free Vandal. Swinging out a Garage. Mirage finds one, but Northy will follow up and find an elimination on Tag, and the Breach will also find the Omen. So Pax here with a lurk outside Garage, taking down Nobu. We're in a 3v2 type of situation. However, Team, you can get that Neurotheft online if you want to.
I mean, I would at this point. I mean, you're down 5 rounds. I'd much rather have an ult on the field than just holding on to it at this point. Maybe Cypher just can't seem to find a corpse at the moment. I'm sure they're in the market trying to find something in order to use this one ultimate. And that's a beautiful thing about the Cypher ult, is that you can get it back so quickly. So like the faster you use it, the faster you can get it back. Again, it's one of the lowest ult economies in the game. And again, it's such a useful ultimate at that. Meanwhile, you do have Pax that is going to be hovering around mid along with their teammate here as time continues to tick down, and it just kind of looks like a standoff between the two right now.
Are we going to have a repeat of the last round? Is Hebron... I mean, having lost 2 previously, been down to these exact same 2 players, means our economy is a little worse for wear. If we want to get at that match point, yes, we got it. We need to get this plant down. We have it. We had more than enough time, because it only takes 4 seconds for anyone who doesn't know the numbers, because I love numbers. We could have bought ourselves a little bit of extra time of making sure Team was a little bit in the dark, but it's okay. We are possibly aware that all 3 of them are trying to funnel through one zone. We get the 1v1, but ultimately it sweeps, walking through, sweeping the leg, and getting 2 eliminations. That's going to be another round victory for Team.
Yeah, hold the phone. Team definitely showing a pulse here, a sign of life as they are coming alive here in the late game. I mean, Hebron were on an absolute tear. They were just winning consecutive rounds, and now all of a sudden, Team, they managed to strike back, winning 2 rounds in a row, looking a lot stronger. That economy starting to kind of go back their way as well. You're looking on the other side for Hebron, and don't get me wrong, they're able to buy, but and they also get the full shields as well. But again, you know, if they go down like another round or 2, they could be forced to eco.
I mean, technically, if you're Hebron, after losing 2 rounds in a row, you really should be on eco if you were on eco last round. So we have Mirage go through. We saw Fault Line. We hear Hunter's Fury being used. I don't think it picked anybody up. Pax will find Nobu. Looks as though we're going to attempt to use the Fault Line here from the defensive position just to buy our team a little extra time, but we've changed things up. We're rotating back out. We're not just full engaging to A site. Though this is kind of reminiscent of how Hebron likes to execute things. They get 1 elimination and then they rotate back, but they're going much slower this time. They're not going fast. They're not stomping. So it's trying to take away the information that they themselves are willing to give over to Team.
Oh, you can see Nick Doa, they get picked out by the tripwire. And they managed to stay alive. I really thought the Omen was going to be able to come through and just get a cheeky little head click there, but no, Nick Doa forces their way on towards the C site. They do have the pesky Cypher here, Fuzzy in the corner. Oh my, the kill feed is lighting up red here, as it will be Hebron to come away with a quick elimination. My goodness, as they put themselves onto match point.
All right, I'm just going to strictly be looking at the ult economy that we have right now. We're running on the assumption that both teams are healthy enough. And yeah, I know Team is not, but we're running off the theory that it is, because I've seen teams with the worst economy possible still pull things back out of the hat in their favor. So we have the lockdown, Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, all on Hebron High School side. So post-plant, huge. Initial engagement, also huge. any of these ults could work great for that. Now, team, from the shadows of Neurotheft. Neurotheft is kind of like, you mentioned how low of an ult cost it is. That's true. But the caveat is it's 5 ult orbs or ult points, but you have to get a 6th kill, or someone on your team has to get a kill for you in order to use it. So it's not useful this round if no one dies on Here in High School's team. From the shadows, great for retake information gathering. As we have Evil come in, Minham and Pax all find one in elimination. Now it is 5v2 with just From the Shadows online.
My goodness, you were talking about the ult economy and how it's going to play in a factor. Again, we have these ults that that could work well in the post plant, but the entry coming from Hebron was just spot on as they managed to pick up a team ace to win the round and win the match. Hebron High School come away with the win here on Haven.
It was very well executed. I mean, they had a couple struggle points. I mean, it was 13-7 at the end of the day. That means it wasn't absolutely perfect. It probably meant that they had to make a couple adjustments here and there. I mean, we saw what originally was moving eternally fast without ever stopping to slowing down, taking things a little bit more patiently, getting a little concerned when we had multiple, I think we had 3 rounds in a row where it was just our Breach and our KJ left standing. So it might have been a 1 game, but it was definitely a fight for the finish.
I apologize. I just realized that I've been muted this whole time. The point I was trying to make is that, this isn't my first time seeing Hebron play. Again, they came out, they fulfilled expectations. This is exactly what they do every single time they come into competition. Again, it's just that experience that comes into play for them, and it's definitely shining through here today. So again, keep your eyes on Hebron as we are going to keep our eyes on this match that we just witnessed. Again, let's take a look at some of the highlights that managed to really shine throughout our first game of the day, as again we get ready to check out some of these top-notch plays. Again, get ready to see Fuzzy and get ready to take a look at Manhan. I forget their name.
Honestly,
did I pronounce it right?
I think Manhan is right. I need pronunciation guides provided with every single player in every game that I ever cast. So if I butcher it, know that it's nothing personal. I just do that anyway. I think, honestly, most of these replays probably going to be coming from the Sovas on both teams, possibly some Cyphers, some of the Cypher play as well. Those were huge. But ultimately, I think the most plays of today are coming from Sova, but we'll have to take a look at those later. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll come back here with more Valorant action in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere because your casters are only gonna be gone for a couple minutes.
Oh, oh, hello, welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, just caught us, taking a little Coca-Cola break. Nothing wrong with that. And welcome back once again, folks at home. Thank you for tuning in to the Spin September Showcase. Once again, I am Captain Atsoka, joined by Nerdy Bird. And Nerdy, we just finished watching some Valorant. Hebron managed to take the win over Team, but now, Nerdy, we're going to be switching things up, and we're going to be taking a look at some Smash action today. How are you feeling getting ready to see these players getting ready to go head-to-head in these 1v1s?
All right, so though a lot of people know that my rapport is typically around first-person shooters, and then somehow magically Rocket League got thrown in there when it comes to casting for me. But truth be told, I adore Super Smash, especially I don't know what happened, but during May Madness this year, it ignited a fire in me like no other. I now play Smash regularly with my friends every Friday, so we played Smash last night. We also played it the night prior because we might have a problem in our household, but I digress. I'm super excited to watch some fabulous Smash gameplay, and our Smash community across the board, especially here in Spin, is absolutely massive. So we're going to be, I believe, jumping into West first today, but there's actually 3 entire brackets. So we'll take a look at the West one just so we don't overwhelm everyone, but there is West, East, and Central brackets for our Smash players today to be competing in. And I do believe the one that we're looking at in particular for our first Smash matchup is here in the upper semifinals, which will is the upper finals, which is Zebra Shark and Flumph.
Yeah, we're gonna have a field day with these names, folks. I gotta tell you. I mean, you got Zebra Shark, BB, and then, like we said, Flomp, and then, of course, for the rest of the bracket down there, going into the lower quarterfinals, you're gonna have 2018 Cringe Comp taking on John 21, and of course, also down there, you're gonna see it will be Willow Roar. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that, and then Random. I think that's what that is. Random Rabby to finish out the bracket here for the West Division. But keep in mind that we do have 2 other divisions that are going to be competing as well today, and also, later on for the Grand Finals. Don't forget that the Grand Finals will be played out on our B stream. But for now, we're going to be covering the upper finals here in the West Division as we get ready to see these players go head-to-head. It is going to be Zebra Shark taking on Falanth. And like you had mentioned earlier, Nerdy Bird, is that we are going to once again be seeing some fantastic Smash action. And I got to tell you, Smash is definitely one of my namesake esports. That is definitely one that I have fallen into, and I have not gotten out since. Again, I am a big Smash fan, especially here in the Louisiana scene. And that's one thing that I really love about Smash, is that geographically, there is such a difference in the regions of North America. So again, like in Louisiana, like we have a certain meta, like again, we have high, different pick rates than say those in North Carolina. And I've casted Smash in North Carolina as well. Trust me, I've seen the difference live and firsthand. And that's what I really love, seeing the different play styles that come out for each region. And I cannot wait to see what picks we are going to see today coming from Zebra Shark and Flomp.
Oh, and we're coming out with a Rob and Piranha Plant. Right up the board. This is a very extreme matchup, is the best way I could put this. I mean, I feel like Piranha Plant is a little bit cheesy with insane recovery, whereas Rob, if you get these combos started early, you can do great, and the aerial play is there. But Piranha Plant, I feel like it's a decent matchup for Rob when it comes to DLC characters versus the classics.
And now, you see, this is what I love, because for a long time, I've been an advocate for Piranha Plant. I've been definitely pushing for more pick rates for Piranha Plant, and everybody was laughing at me. Like, again, no one put respect on the Piranha Plant, and now we're seeing more and more pick rates, and I love it. But unfortunately, the Piranha Plant is going to get Goomba stomped right down into the blast zone.
Well, you would do very much well in my household, where my friend group, we have 2 Piranha Plant players, 2 Puff players, and then we have a Byleth player and a Kazuya player. So pretty familiar with Piranha Plant at this point. I think Spike Ball is cheesy, and again, the recovery is disgusting. So Rob really has to be careful on this edge guarding and making sure that this Spike Ball is not landing on them while they're trying to use their edge guards. So let's see if we can keep it up. We did it once, and now it's Piranha Plant's turn to try and edge guard using Spike Ball. Actually ends up going for the risk it for the biscuit. We get Gimp, but Flomp will actually make it back up in time.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about, the recovery coming from Piranha Plant, but I mean, Rob has some insane recovery as well. I mean, this is a character that can literally fly from one side of the stage, go underneath, and pop up on the other. I mean, Rob off stage is definitely a force to be reckoned with. As you can see, they have already about to lap here on Piranha Plant's second stock.
And just goes in with that up B. And unfortunately, I think Flump is a little worse for where we're smoking. That rage meter is high, but spike ball hitting you when you're already below our visibility means you're probably dead.
Well, I mean, right now, Flump still with the one stock advantage here as, Zebra Shark definitely has a lot to catch up with here. And Rob, once again, not afraid to go off stage as they do manage to recover. Going to be getting a couple of those up tilts into the up B. Throws out the Destructo Disc. It does manage to land, but you can see Zebra Shark still keeping the percentages in their favor, at least on this stock, but still, Rob has an entire other stock to work with.
Yeah, I mean, 51% free life basically in Flump's favor. I mean, 108 is pretty rough too, but if we can get Zebra Shark closer to that triple-digit marker before we ourselves and inevitably end up losing a stock here if you're currently Flump. Oh no, Rob might have missed the combo, gets spiked down and into the abyss, but 84%, like I said, it's free life, free real estate.
Yep, that it is. And I mean, you don't really need a big opening here for Rob. Again, they are able to deal out a lot of damage very quickly, and they can definitely pack a punch. But right now, I got to say, I got to give it up to Zebra Shark for the moment, as they did a decent job of dodging a lot of the danger here. But now, it's not looking too good for them, as they're going to have to try and force this recovery.
Ooh. There was no force and recovery on that one, unfortunately. Edgeguard didn't even go for off the ledge, and that's Rob walking away with round one. And just so everyone is in the know-how here, for this bracket in particular, we are also in the upper semis, and so we are in best of 5. So that's just one of many games that have to take place between these two players. If not 2 more, we could also tactically see 4 more. But we've witnessed Piranha Plant v Rob, and with Rob being victorious, do you think we're going to see a pivot away from the Piranha Plant to a different fighter here in this situation? As much as you love Piranha Plant, do you think there'll be a change, Captain?
I really hope not. Again, not just for my love of Piranha Plant, but just like in Smash in general. Like, get me wrong. If you have a strong second and you can counterpick against Rob, then by all means do so. But it's much like when taking a test. I'm a firm believer that your first pick is usually the right one. So I would like to see them stick with Piranha Plant. And also, if they are going to do so, I think they should definitely change things up a little bit. Because one thing about a Piranha Plant, and again, being an advocate for my carnivorous little buddy for so long, I can tell you that a key difference when you see, just somewhat of a lackluster Piranha Plant and those who are really more pro, I guess is the best word with Piranha Plant, is the use of the Poison Cloud. And unfortunately, in that last matchup, I didn't see a lot of the Poison Cloud come out. So I would like to see that being used more, especially on the edge guards. And a lot of good Piranha Plant players, they love to play within the Poison Cloud as well. So they like to bait their opponent in and deal extra damage that way. So I would love to see more utilization of the Poison Cloud going into the next matchup. And yes, I still think they should stick with the pesky little Piranha Plant, in my opinion.
All right, well, we'll see. Instead, we're actually going to be swapping over both players, changing things up. We've got Kirby, our floating gumball, taking on Incineroar. The command grab for Incineroar is ridiculous and disgusting, plus the ability to absorb and then reflect any damage that you take if you time it properly. Also gross, but I feel like the speed that players such as Kirby brings to the table is really where you're able to shine against a heavy fighter such as Incineroar.
Yeah, again, like we had mentioned already, we're going against, the close range heavy and, the floaty speedster. But again, the float is not going to help them on the recovery as they're just going to fall into the blast zone. It kind of felt like they just gave a stock away there.
Oh my goodness, I really thought Kirby on that down B had the elimination on the Flump, goes to the edge guard, gets it the second time, manages to find that elimination. Yeah, we're equal. You say we kind of burned a stock. I almost agreed, but then, only giving up 30 health and finding that stock and taking away Flump's stock, maybe it was actually intentional.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Again, easy come, easy go. I mean, as long as you're able to recover, then no love lost, right? But in the meantime, we got a clash of two different playstyles here. Again, you have the big, not necessarily big, he's just, again, a heavy hitter for the most part. And then Kirby is just, again, that floaty speedster. And honestly, being a floaty character might actually do them some good against Incineroar, who really does have a little bit of trouble when it comes to aerial attacks. Again, it's a lot of those command grabs, that tourniquet that we just saw that managed to land. And honestly, that's the hard part about going up against Kirby, is really pinning them down. But I guess you could see Flomp is not going to pin them down. They're going to send them straight up and into the sky to take that second stock.
Truly, I think when it comes to the heavies, Incineroar is a little bit more forgiving considering how fast Incineroar can move. I just think that once a Kirby starts to actually understand the pacing of the enemy Incineroar, you're going to have a lot more opportunities to survive. You use your floatiness to your advantage because it's off-putting to say the least. It's not the worst, I feel like, out of the floatiness of characters we have to choose from. Not as bad as Sora. I feel like Sora versus Incineroar, you really got to have perfect timing. But if you SD like Flomp just did, that's a little bit terrifying considering, yes, Zebra is down to last stock as well, but 104 means that Rage Meter is slowly going up, even though we don't really have a whole lot of opportunities on Kirby to get hard swinging attacks through unless it's that down B. The clothesline is clean, and with 18.3% taken off, Flomp will win the second game.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I absolutely love Incineroar. They're definitely one of my favorite Pokemons in Smash. And with that being said, I'm very partial to characters with a command grab. I just love command grab so much. Again, you got the side B from Incineroar, Bowser, Heaven's Gate from Kazuya. The list goes on. Like, the command grab when it hits is just so epic, and it looks so clean when you get that final stock and you get to see the close-up slow motion, the look of despair as they get sent into the blast zone. The side Bs are just so much fun whenever you get to see the command grabs come out. But again, great round coming through. That was some great Incineroar gameplay, especially going up against a matchup where I think they would be at the disadvantage because Kirby is so good off stage. If you were able to force the Incineroar off stage, Kirby would have the advantage, but that Incineroar was just doing so good at luring Kirby in, forcing them back onto platform, back onto stage. Notice throughout that entire matchup, like, Incineroar stayed grounded throughout the majority of that match, not falling for a lot of those bait and switches that we saw Kirby just kind of throw out there.
I think Flump knew the game plan for Kirby. I mean, when you compete in Smash, I'm pretty sure you're aware of the typical type of conditioning you anticipate to go up against. And if you're playing someone like Incineroar, where I feel like your disadvantage state is really trying to go for those edge guards, then you don't go for it. Especially against someone like Puff, like Kirby, King K. Rool, or King Deity, you just don't do it. But we're gonna run it back again. It's Flump, Zebra Shark, exact same fighters. It's Kirby and Incineroar again. Now let's see, is it going to be Kirby being the victor this time?
Well, let's find out. And I'm thinking I'm trying to remember, what I always get confused. Well, I want to say this is Town and City, but then I always get it confused with Smashville sometimes too. Again, I love both of these maps, especially Town and City, because again, the platforms, when you move from the city and head to town, or well, you move from the town, you go to city, the platforms, they disappear. So I love that about Town and City, but I don't know why I always get it confused with Smashville, as it does look as though this is Town and City. Okay, I was correct.
And I'm pretty sure the background was originally New Leaf, and then you transition into City Folk in the background instead, hence the two names. And right now, Flomp has transitioned into only having 2 stock, whereas Zebra Shark has 3 stock. We get the clothesline once again. Flomp has been landing a lot of these command grabs, and yes, I too love the command grab characters. I'm the Kazuya player in my household. Kirby goes through the absorption, will get grabbed and rolled back though off the stage, but I think it's, 6 floating attempts you get from Kirby to get back up on stage?
Well, also, what an up B doesn't hurt either, is they're able to get that up B back onto stage as well. Now a down throw, looking for the forward air, not going to be able to land it, as Kirby gets a little bit of a back throw and a back air of their own, as once again the platforms are going to go away for a moment. We're heading right back to town, and Kirby again playing a little bit more to the air, and it is doing a lot better, I gotta say, in favor of Zebra Shark. They're looking a lot better here than their first time out against Incineroar.
Okay, we say that, but I feel like we literally, between the two of us, caster cursed it. We ended up at a perfect 0-0, one stock both sides, but Kirby goes through with the standard combo. It's going to go for the absorption as well. And up B onto Incineroar. I think the platform might have actually saved Flomp from taking damage in that moment, but either way, there's our own grab, pulling him back down to earth.
You know, now that we see that Zebra Shark absorbed Incineroar, I'm wondering if they can end Flomp with their own command grab. Wouldn't that be a sight to see?
That would be poetic justice, to say the least, but I think Flomp is going to prevent that from happening to the best of their own ability. 113.7% on the board for damage, manages to get that side B hit and send poor little Kirby off the map again.
Oh yeah, absolutely brutal. And you love to see that from an Incineroar. Again, you know, Kirby, even though I will say Zebra Shark definitely, I think, stepped their game up between their first matches, that first match that they had against the Incineroar, and stepped their game up in a major way going into the second round. Unfortunately, though, for Zebra Shark, you know, we really seen Flomp just like adapt to everything that this little Kirby was throwing out. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at some of the plays that were being made. Again, Flomp came out with a 3-0 win, and my goodness, they put on a show.
So initially, Flomp rolls out on the Rob, taken up against Piranha Plant. This was that devious edge guard that ended up resulting in Flomp losing one of those stocks, but this was the final haymaker on that first matchup, and then the follow-up. Basically, I feel like Zebra Shark tried to return every favor tenfold that Flomp came out with, but I think, truthfully, when it came up to this Incineroar matchup, while I trust your assessment earlier of if it's your strongest, stick with it, instead of going with the Kirby again, perhaps having gone with someone more akin to Ness or even another heavy might have been beneficial.
Oh, 100%. You know, and with that being said, is that, and you know, Incineroar, they are a heavy, but they're still not the heaviest. So you could definitely still counter with somebody like a Bowser. And again, once again, you know, tipping my non-existent hat to the command grab characters, and or even the Kazuya. Kazuya, not necessarily a heavy, but they punish. They are very punish heavy. The punish, Kazuya. Yeah, the punish from Kazuya is phenomenal, especially when you're going up against an Incineroar, because Incineroar is going to want to come into the close range, and then that's when you're into the danger zone from the Kazuya, because they hit like a truck. But with that being said, we are going to be taking a quick short break because we're going to have more Smash action coming to you right after this. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate right here on the Spin September Showcase. We'll see you in a bit. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Spin September Showcase. I am once again one of your wonderful hosts this evening, Captain Atsoka, joined by the great Nerdy Bird. Nerdy Bird, we got to see our first Smash matchup. Now we're getting ready to head into the second. I mean, just give us the breakdown of our two competitors going into this next matchup.
Okay, so we're going to have Fed versus Bargain, and the one thing I want to set out here and say very quickly, which is going to be, this is our upper finals, and we are swapping over to a different bracket. So originally we're in West, now we're in Central. What I want to say here, and I want to make it, I'm saying it aloud, and I'm going to make it very clear. Unlike Captain over here, who believes that if you come out swinging with your strongest fighter, stick with it, I think you need to show some adaptability. Be diverse in your fighter's pool. If you think they're going to be rolling out with a heavy, think about that in your mind. The heavy worked once, it works twice. Maybe we change things up for the third round. What we don't want to see is the equivalence of a 0 to death when it comes to our overall stocks here. So we have Ness going up against Alex, aka Steve. Give me your thoughts on this matchup.
I thought my groan just kind of said it all, to be honest. Like, okay, let me just start with Ness. First of all, I absolutely love Ness. For anybody that has been around as long as I have, you will know that Ness is a Smash OG going all the way back to the original Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64. So Smash 64, Ness is there, an unlockable character that you have to unlock through playing the game. So again, love Ness. Again, shout out to the OGs. And then Steve is Steve, and I'll leave it at that.
And no arguments here. I too am an OG Smash player. I came from Melee. I love Ness. I feel like Ness is also a very punishing type of character. I believe that if you go for these edge guards and you are not prepared to understand like how to actually get back on stage to hit yourself with your own PK plus, that sort of stuff, it shows just the pure skill of a player being willing to play Ness, because it's a very risky. If you don't hit yourself, you're not coming back up. So these edge guards, you got to be calculated about it. But instead, we're just coming in trying to go for these combos as we have the attempted usage of the minecart, and it ends up breaking before it makes it to the stage.
And you see, this is how you have to play as Steve, though. Like, forget the verbiage, but you can't let them cook. Like, you cannot let them build up their equipment. You can't let them get to the diamond, pickaxe, diamond swords, because once they get the diamond, the diamond equipment, that's when you're like getting one shot. Like, you're getting absolutely devastated. So again, as long as they can constantly keep Steve from mining, from building, then Ness is gonna have a good time here.
And so far, Ness is doing a-okay. We're opting not to edge guard quite frequently, but we have one nice side smash attack, and then we follow up again with the minecart. It doesn't work. It's too predictable. The conditioning is there currently. Are we going to see a change up? Egoist just comes in either way and ends up going with another. It gets smacked off the stage as Ness, so we're now down to, what is that? 2 stocks for Ness, but 1 stock left for Steve. Bargain. You better start shopping for another stock here pretty soon.
Yeah, right now, this Ness player really going to work. You could tell that they have experience going up against Steve players. I mean, they are just playing phenomenally. Like you had said, they're dodging the mine carts. They are becoming predictable in that regard. So again, this Ness player clearly has played several Steves in their time.
Look, okay, so for anyone that's unaware, there was a time period in which I feel like for a hot minute, even at local tournaments, we stopped seeing Steve because it was just like universally accepted that we needed to ban him because there's one single instance where Steve could actually do something that would basically make it impossible for you to win the game. I don't think it's actually ever been pulled off. Case in point, Ness just pulled off keeping 2 stock, not even hitting triple digits on that second stock victory. So there was a while where we didn't see Steve, but I feel like there was also a bunch of people that were only playing Steve trying to accomplish the impossible in Smash. And so, yeah, there are players who've been like, okay, you really want to do this? I'm just glad we didn't see any of the lava blocks get put up. I mean, that just meant that we weren't really in the air so much. I mean, Ness has great airplay. I don't think it's a disadvantaged state in any capacity. I think it's off ledge where you're kind of risking it for the biscuit in that instance. But I think we're going to change things up from Steve in this next match. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was proven wrong in the first match, again. So, I mean, normally I would say stick with, that's my intuition is to, stick with your first pick. But I was proven wrong game number one. Well, thankfully in game number two, it seems as though that, my advice did not fall on deaf ears.
I think honestly, Fed is just a little bit too adapted to playing against different styles of fighters, and so is knowing I can't go for these keeping the Steve in the air type of gameplay, because as soon as they have the opportunity, they're just going to put a lava block up, or they're going to use an anvil and just crush me. And so in those instances, it's like we're just going to continue to do our side specials, and there we go. Alex, aka Steve, off the map, only 65% damage taken on Ness for our first stock so far.
It's so funny because I come with all these different Steve skins. Again, you got Alex, you got Enderman, right? Well, I treat it the same way that I treat Twitter. You can call it X if you want to. I'm still going to call it Twitter, and I'm still calling Steve Steve.
Well, regardless, right now, Ness is following through with the exact thing you were saying earlier, which is not letting the mining occur that Alex wants to have happening. We go in, we get the grab, forced to use our stone tools. I think currently we have yet to mine up that diamond, so as long as we continue to spam out Alex, not let them get the materials necessary. We've used a lot of our dirt. We're going to go up. There is the build limit. We've got a sword finally, and we've opted to get rid of the crafting table as we only have gold as our highest possible material currently. There it is. Crafting table's back. Still no diamond. We go with the minecart. Easily predicted. We saw the emerald. This is where we saw the diamond. This is where things start to get a little bit interesting. You mentioned it. The more powerful weapons that you get, it's just like real Minecraft. Instead, we're going to go for a throw. There is that up B I was talking about, but it doesn't matter because this nest is not leaving the ground.
And you see, this is the strategy here. But now, I mean, the diamond is there to stay. It's not going anywhere. So it's still relatively within the danger here for Ness. As again, with the diamond weaponry, it's just going to be more and more damage. But so far, we have really gotten to see Fed kind of dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge for the majority of this matchup. And now here we are at one stock v one stock. Is just this diamond pickaxe, I think, might just be the Achilles heel of Ness.
Yeah, if you can dodge a pickaxe, you can dodge a sword. I don't know if you can dodge a ball in this instance right now if you're Ness, having taken 87% damage, but we're finally coming back in, getting some of these combos. There's the PK fire, opting not to do the spamminess of it, recognizing that people are a little bit smarter at this level of gameplay, but Alex is starting to get thrown around quite a bit. We need to close these distances fast, but we strike through the built block, and the DI was good, so Ness survives, and we managed to make it to the ledge.
Yeah, the recovery was absolutely insane coming from Fed. My goodness, well played, but is it going to be enough? Oh. I don't think so. The diamond pickaxe will reign supreme, as it will be the second round win going the way of Alex, aka Steve.
Okay, so that second to last, we saw the zoom in, Ness had it. I mean, honestly, we managed to have a perfect DI to prevent us from going off the stage, but unfortunately, doing it twice back to back, I feel like is borderline impossible for some Smash players. I mean, I think it's a tough ask for any Smash player to get a perfect DI twice from the same location. And you're getting your wish, because this is our third matchup now between these two players, and we're still on Steve and Ness. We'll have to see what happens. We're tied one aside. Something's got to give at this point in time. And remember, this is first to five. Well, it's best of five, first to three. So best of luck. One of you two is going to put yourself at series point.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely as a colleague of mine would say, this is going to get a wee bit scrappy. If you can't tell, he's Scottish, so my Scottish accent is terrible. But regardless, shout out to KairoCast, dude's a homie. Regardless, getting back into the action here, things are indeed getting very scrappy. There's already 74% damage on to Fed. Bargain looking to get the first stock already. As you can see, Fed is just being kept to the edge guard and is having a really tough time getting back onto the stage.
Yeah, and the PK plus, we can't manage to land it on ourselves because we get blocked off by the Anvil Dirt combo. And we're trying to avoid those moments of invulnerability coming off a spawn, so we just intentionally go off the ledge. Oh, we have two back-to-back parries coming from Fed. Unfortunately, no damage exchange just yet. we have Bargain currently in the lead by 1 stock and is quickly equalizing these damage numbers, already getting Ness halfway there, make that 2/3 and above the damage numbers of Bargain yet again. This edge guard coming in very strong for Steve.
And you just look at the amount of utility that they're working with here. They got the gold. They got the gold axe now, going for these up tilts, trying to juggle Ness all the way to the ceiling. Eventually, the juggle will drop, and it does look as though Ness is going to be able to get rid of the box, and will find the first stock now off of Bargain. But is it going to be enough? I mean, they still have a whole stock advantage.
It might be, but never mind. As I mentioned it, the anvil comes down, crushes Ness, sends them off the ledge, and that does mean we are our Steve currently up by 1 in the series. I don't know. I think at this point, you know the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, if it is broken, you should fix it. And I think Ness just isn't it in this matchup. I think possibly going for something a little bit more spam heavy that has a larger hitbox capacity, because Ness is tiny, the hitbox is tiny, except for when you're using, like, you know, your yo-yo or PK fire and you want to keep them at long range. That's great, but you can't use PK fire when the person's literally inside of your hitbox. So with that in mind, I think we change it up. I think we get off Ness.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. At this point, yeah, it's starting to look that way, considering that you're on the cusp of, you know, getting reverse swept, unfortunately. But the question is that who do you go with here to kind of counter Steve? And again, this is something that has been rather difficult because, again, you know, I can give suggestions all the live long day, but again, just finding any counter to Steve is pretty difficult. I mean, it's not just a simple counter pick as it would be with other characters, but you can see we're going to be sticking with our guns here. And again, this is what I'm an advocate for, and not just for Smash, need I mind you, but for an esports in general, I genuinely like to think that it's the comfort pick over anything else. So hopefully the comfort pick will come through for Fed. If not, Bargain is going to be coming away with a, well, not necessarily reverse sweep, but they're going to be able to come away with the 3-1 win, as this potentially could be the last matchup here.
Well, I mean, in the words of, this was done off camera, but when I spoke to Killa Miles, I appreciate you. You've taught me everything that I know about Smash. When I spoke to you the last time we had the opportunity to be on desk together, he said something akin to, like, there is no true counterplay in Smash. It is all about conditioning, understanding how the enemy wants to play, and figuring out how to condition the enemy to let you do what you want to do. Something like that. If I'm wrong, Miles, go ahead and shoot me a DM or even blast me on Twitter. But basically, there is no true counters, and it all comes down to how you want to play the character that makes it work. And I think right now, we have not seen Ness adapt after game 1. It has all been on the ground play, and so what did occur is our Steve player has adapted, has recognized that Ness wants to stay on the ground, isn't comfortable with the edge guards, is forcing us further and further towards the ledge, and is willing to take the risk to come back and try to use the TNT off stage, hit him with the cart, carry him off, making sure it's harder for Fed to get back.
And now you can see once again Fed trying to get those back airs to go, and they're landing, but it's not enough to confirm the elimination. As you can see, the recovery is there, goes for the up tilt, but gets the lava block, and that will do it. Bargain comes away with the win, 3-1 over Fed.
Nicely, well executed, Bargain. You know, the lava block is what I was speaking of. I feel like that is something that if you are akin to playing in the air, producing your advantage state by being in the air is what a lot of players I've seen like to do, but then Steve just goes, okay, come back down. And it's very difficult to dodge that, but we could take a quick look at some of these replays from this awesome series that we had. It went longer than our first one. We had 4 rounds this time as opposed to just 3.
Yep, that we did. And I gotta say, again, you know, Fed, they came out swinging. You know, they were playing really, really well. But to Bargain's benefit, they adapted to what Ness was bringing. Again, what we saw from Fed in the first game where they got the win, it was just very aggressive, very dive heavy, which is somewhat what you have to play as Ness. Like you had mentioned earlier, you know, they have the smaller hitbox. They are the smaller character. You know, they don't have a lot of range. So again, they have to go pretty dive heavy. They do have some utility to work with the PK fire. But at the end of the day, you really got to close the gap on Steve. And what Bargain was doing again was keeping that distance, and whenever Ness did try to go for the dive attack, they tried to close that gap, they were punished instantly with, again, the big smash plays being made. We saw the diamond pickaxe come out, the gold weapons came out, and then, like you had even mentioned throughout the stream, we saw the ledge guard coming through, being able to use the dirt blocks to again block the ledge guard. So what we saw from Bargain was just pure adaptability.
And honestly, I'm gonna chalk the first win going over to Fed, as Bargain actually like playing for the long haul, super conditioning, so to speak, never going for the aerials, never going for the up tilt. So the ability to actually prevent any aerial play from Ness was never brought to the table. It was more like, let me see what you can do, and then I am going to completely counter sweep you. And that's exactly what happened. From then on out, it was just Bargain's game through and through. So with that being said, though, that is going to round out this Smash segment for today. We do have more Smash coming out later on, but we do have 2 game titles recovering. So I do believe we're going to hop back over to Valorant. But first, we get to take a quick break so we can swap gears, come back with Val, and then later we'll have more Smash for y'all. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Hello, and welcome back once again to the Spin September Showcase. As always, I am Captain Etsuka, joined on the desk by the nerdiest bird in the business, Nerdy Bird, how we feeling after that break?
I feel pretty refreshed. I feel good. Ready to pivot over to some Valorant so we can catch everyone up on what's been going on. Because yes, Valorant and Smash have been happening simultaneously throughout the day. We are just able to bring you some of the games here and there. We can take a look at the bracket to see how things have shaken out thus far. So at the very beginning of the day, we had Hebron High School versus Team, and Hebron moved on. Now, we are moving all the way forward because we had Gorilla in the Mist take on AC Worth Academy, and it was Gorilla in the Mist to move on. So it's Cheesed taking on Gorilla in the Mist for our upper final game that we're going to be covering here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Hebron kind of fall out of the upper bracket so early. So I got to tell you, my eyes are going to be on this Cheese team. If they're able to take out Hebron, then, you know, they got to be pretty solid, I got to say. But with that being said, we also have Gorillas in the Mist on the other team as well. Going to be looking forward to these two teams getting ready to go head to head. And now my question is, are all the maps going to be on Haven, or are we going to see some different picks? Because if there are different picks lying in wait, again, there are just so many that we're used to seeing, like Ascent. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be mad if Ascent actually took time out of the pool because we've been there so much, you know. And you know, just to kind of reflect your question that you asked me earlier on to you, Nerdy Bird, what map would you like to see? Oh, and I jinxed it. Now we're going to Ascent. I'm sorry. And then what map would you not like to see, Nerdy Bird?
So I think the one map I don't want to see, and this is only because back in January I had a tournament where basically every map was bind. I got real sick of sepia tones that day, so I've been pretty much vehemently against seeing bind on broadcast. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. It's one of the bread and butter maps. It's very akin to Ascent, one of the oldest maps in the game. I actually have a lot of respect for Ascent because I feel like it is a map that is, you throw down, it's pretty standard compositions, and, you know, whichever team truly is the best at, like, raw aim and raw skill Valorant will win this, because you should know the protocols that are used on this map. You should know the agents that are used and how different sites are executed and at what times that util is going to be used. So with that in mind, that's why I like it. I also like it because the rare occasion that we see some change up, a little bit of, you know, paprika with our salt and pepper compositions, it's exciting. We're not really getting that. This is our bread and butter comp for Ascent. Now that Deadlock is a thing, as opposed to having KJ, we have Deadlock for that alternative Senti role. Omen, Cypher, Sova, Deadlock, Jet, mirrored on both sides. We've got the clone teams. I expected nonetheless.
And again, I'm really surprised to see the double Sentinel composition come out to play here. Again, you know, back when I first started Valorant, you know, way back when, that's when double Sentinel was the main meta. Again, but also at the time, that was when Chamber was still Chamber, right? So again, it's been a while since I've actually gotten to see the double Sentinel composition come out in a major way, and you can see both of these squads are going to be bringing that out with the Deadlock and Cypher combination coming from Cheesed, and on the other side, they're going to be bringing out Deadlock and Cypher as well. As a matter of fact, this is just a mirror matchup. So Nerdy Bird, you know, is this the meta now going on to Ascent? Because before it would be the KJ KO combo that would come out, and then you would have, you know, the Sova and KO come out as the double initiator composition. So this double Sentinel comp, is this the meta now here on Ascent?
Yes, I do believe this is the newer meta that we're sticking with. It's, I think, to adapt around the newer Senti that got added to the game, but I digress. We have an engage with an insta trade, followed up by 2 kills favoring Gorillas in the Mist, and then Roblox will find Pit. It leaves our Sova quietly rotating back of Cat through bot mid. It's gonna take out that tripwire. So that means everybody on the enemy team and Gorillas in the Mist knows where you're at. It's time to get some exit frags. Go out with a bang. Do not go quietly into that sweet good night. Never mind. We are going to post up at a little bit of a cheeky angle, but we're gonna try and cover our dropping sound using our own gunfire. We see the recon bolt hit 2, hit 3 actually, so we're trying to use these shock darts to get damage. I think it hit 1, but it's not gonna hit on the second follow-up. We find 1, and then we get eliminated.
I mean, that's all good and gravy. At least they managed to get an exit frag on the way out. That's not too bad. And of course, Cypher going to set up for a selfie. Why not? Might as well. And that is going to be the first round win, going the way of Gorillas in the Mist. Now, and again, to your point that you were making earlier about Ascent being like the real nitty gritty of Valorant, you know, this is where you're going to see, you know, the more display of gun skill. Again, everybody has Ascent figured out. So there's really no trick plays you could pull out. You just have to go head to head. And I agree with you that I do like that about Ascent, but I like it for a tiebreaker. Regardless, again, I'm carrying on. My point is that with Ascent in this new meta composition, has the win percentage changed into favor of the offensive side of the spike or the defensive, or is it still about neutral 50-50?
I'm pretty sure this is not one I've checked a whole lot on, but I'm pretty sure it's still neutral 50-50, especially because we had the shift away from the double initiator to double senti on both sides. I think it is a very break-even map, which is why also I do agree. I like to see it as a tiebreaker. However, lots of teams have shifted from using Ascent as the tiebreaker to using Lotus as a tiebreaker instead. So, I mean, apparently they want for a tiebreaker opportunity to have the most stretched out and stressing map in the game, being Lotus, for that opportunity. I mean, Ascent being such an old map, a map where everything's figured out and things are taken care of for you, and it comes down to the raw aim and your just in general in-game skill and your mid IGL, I think is most important. I think doing it early is probably the way to go, so I don't mind it being map 1.
Well, here we go. Gorillas in the Mist going to force their way into the boatyard. Looked like they checked their corner, but then didn't. That was a little weird exchange there. But regardless, Gorillas in the Mist are going to come away with the eliminations. And now only one lone deadlock remains for Cheese, and they will be found and they will be eliminated. Gorillas in the Mist, no surprise here, able to come away with round 2.
Now they're going to be bonusing up this weaponry. However, this is round 3, and that means everyone on the enemy team now gets good guns. They should all be getting those ARs, Phantoms, and Vandals up across the board. There is a slim chance that our Sova for Cheese did save last round a little bit more heavily than their teammates, and is going to be having light shields and an Odin, or possibly, if they saved enough, going full shields and an Odin, but it does not look like it. I see the outline. That looks like a Vandal. No Odin gameplay spraying in through B main just yet.
And you know, I was actually getting ready to make that point too. If you don't have an Odin spray through B main, are you even playing on Ascent?
Look, if you don't want to spend that much money, it's 3,200 credits. That's a lot of money. Early on, when you haven't been able to adapt to your enemy's gameplay, you don't fully understand how they want to execute onto B site. Maybe it's not worth it. Or if you perpetually have your Cypher posted up there and the enemy is aware of it, odds are they're never going to go that way anyway. So buying the Odin's a little bit useless.
Yeah. But you know, anyway, I just want to see it for the funds. I love it for the memes. You know, the Odin spray on B main is a tried and true testament here on Ascent. You can't have an Ascent without it, in my opinion. But regardless, we're moving forward, and so is Gorilla in the Mist. You can see the majority of the team is going to be pushing up mid. They have a great foothold in Pizza over there and towards Market, and now you can see the spike from Preacha actually starting to make its way over towards A. This is an interesting push. We're going with a split push. You got 2 in mid and now 2 making their way over to A, but they get picked up by Auditioning, who is able to trade out there and put it into Roblox. That was an interesting trade there in mid, as now the spike makes its way to A.
Looked as though we had an A-heavy default occurring, trying to push up through mid-market near Pizza to get some noise towards B site to fake the B execution. And if you're that Jet, try to get the rotations that were heading to A site as well. Didn't work out, but Pele up and the Raptors takes down 2, and that is a defender run victory. Yes, we do still have our Omen alive. Managing to save that weapon on top of those 2 exit frags is huge, but I think this is going to be a little bit of an eco round for Gorillas in the Mist. We can take a look at their buys right now. $700, $300 it looks like remaining for one of them, and $100 for another. So this is a risk versus a reward round. Yes, we're going to buy up. We're trying to equalize. We probably recognize that 1 or 2 people on the other side don't have full ARs or don't have full shields, and that is true. One is going with a Guardian and half shields, one's going with a Spectre and full shields. So if we buy up and force as heavy as we can here, we can have the advantage and break the eco. But both teams are nearing a break point of whichever one loses this round has to force a full eco the next.
Yeah, as a colleague, again, another colleague of ours would say that this is when Valorant truly begins, is in round 4. That's when we get into the nitty gritty. And right now you can see Bobstar is going to get hit with the net nade. They're going to be throwing out a little bit of utility, trying to catch that deadlock that was lurking in the corner. But no, auditioning will be getting away. And now they have a good amount of intel, seeing that Gorillas in the Mist, once again, are going to be sending 2 players up mid. And meanwhile, the spike is still over towards the back end of A.
Pretty standard. We got a default leaning again towards that A side. That's where we've left the spike. But we've got a default push. We didn't make a lot of noise on A. We didn't get the util we wanted, so we're opting to rotate towards B to support our teammates as we have a 1-for-1 trade. Bobstar finding Pit after Pit found our own teammate. With this 4-4 matchup, the one thing that Gorilla in the Mist brings to the table is from the shadows, but as we swing out of dark cover with no cooldowns, it's up to Pele to use the paranoia to equalize us with the trade and a follow-up kill. Dry swinging is risky, and that is exactly why it's risky.
And now you can see Gorillas in the Mist manage to get the spike down, so they get spike money, and they get the player advantage, auditioning with the Vandal from the outside. Not able to land their shots, go for the wall bang, not going to be able to get it. And the spike continuing to tick away here for AmCheese. Now Roadblock's going for the wall bang, not going to be able to confirm the elimination. And now Ron able to find a 2-piece, get the 3rd, and should have plenty of time to defuse. What a retake from AmCheese to come away with the 2v3 post plant.
That was a well-executed retake from AmCheese, and I think that is, you know, you mentioned this is where Valorant really comes and this starts to play is round 4. I think AmCheese just showed you why they were able to take out one of the teams that you felt was actually really positioned to actually be where AmCheese is currently. That retake with just using 2 agents, well executed. It shows a team that knows exactly what they're doing, but I'm saying also that Gorillas in the Mist, because they're also at the same point, likely can do the exact same thing. Now, I want to see the protocol execution on a B site. Yeah, having the Cypher over a KJ over here is a little bit different than what we're used to. That just means we need to find a way to clear out trips, so we're opting not even to go through B main. We're going through Market and Pizza, but auditioning coming through with the paranoia. It's clean. It smacks 2. We smack a 3rd, a 4th. We're posted up for an ace. Now this is where I'm jumping through. I'm going to get you the intel. I'm bodying, and auditioning will actually find that first ace of the game.
And there we go. And you know what? I love the team play there. Let them ace. Let them cook. I mean, it's on the board. You just gotta show the team support. It's like rezzing a KO. Whenever a KO goes down, I feel like you have to res them. And not just saying that because for a very long time I was a KO main, so I don't have any bias whatsoever. Not to lie, I 100% have bias.
So question for you. Were you a CS goer?
No.
Oh, okay. Because my friends
I was going to say, well, no, I have played it, but I started Valorant first and then went back to CSGO.
Huh. Oh, beautiful paranoia with the grab net coming through as well. Well executed from AmCheese, but while we're in this a little bit of a lull phase here, I'll say I know people who like to play KO specifically as initiator because they love CSGO, but they like Valorant a little bit more currently and didn't get CSGO 2. Don't have the space for it in some instances, and they're like, I don't get abilities, I don't want to deal with abilities, I'm gonna use my 0-point knife and make them play CSGO with me.
I could definitely see that, for sure. And then for a very long time, KO was the meta here on Ascent. So the fact that I'm not seeing them now is just not necessarily a surprise. It's just really interesting to see how quickly things change in the world of Valorant. I mean, Deadlock now, who honestly had one of the lower pick rates out of many of the agents, is now apparently one of the meta picks here on Ascent. So you love to see the change and the evolution of Valorant as it continues to go on. But speaking of, this spike is going to go on towards the A site. Not going to be sticking the plant just yet. Going to try and stay sneaky, but auditioning, able to find them out. Bobstar has to drop.
We see the Hunter's Fury to try and prevent Bobstar from getting into hell. It works momentarily, goes for the plant, and because we swung out post the usage of that util, 2 players, by the way, for Am Cheese, I realize they all have the same username, so I'm going to be using agents. Swing forward off of the top of Raptors, get eliminated. Bobstar and company will manage to clean things up.
Yep, that they do. And for a moment there, it was starting to look as though Am Cheese were stealing that momentum away from Gorillas in the Mist. I mean, they come back, they answer like 2 back-to-back rounds, they play phenomenally, they get the job done, and that's when we really start to see a team kind of break away. But Gorillas in the Mist, they pull right back. They are not, going down easy or at all. They manage to strike back in a major way. And again, big kudos to the Cypher there from Gorillas in the Mist, giving their teammate Bobstar cover in order to get the spike planted and getting a 2-piece on top of it.
Let's see if they can do that again as Ron is trapped inside the dark cover. We see this Blade Storm on the line. Deadlock is going to find the enemy Deadlock. So we've taken out our Doppelganger. We've taken out the Jet. We found the Sova. Bobstar's fallen down to Rob. Pele down here in Wine, however, waits for the dark cover to go out. Now we have the defensive dark cover has been put up because we want to pressure Wine a little bit. And there it is. Deadlock with the Jiggle Peak finds Omen. Now it's just Roblox on these Raptors from Gorillas in the Mist. What is your plan here? Are we looking for the exit frag? We could have saved, but I mean, we're pretty equalized. Want to try to go out with a bang instead. I respect it.
I loved it because it was very humorous to me. I enjoyed that last encounter because, again, it's a big rip. It's a big oof just because Pitt unfortunately missed their shots to get at least one exit frag because they literally all lined up and they just lined up perfectly to get absolutely annihilated on that flank. But unfortunately, Pitt missed. But what was funny to me was seeing the wall get absolutely Swiss cheesed afterward. Like, they just lit them up, and there was no escaping that, unfortunately, as now Am Cheese is going to take a 1-round lead over Gorillas in the Mist as round number 8 is underway.
And we've used that grab net from our attacking Deadlock here to identify that from Preacha. We know that there are people there. We got the audio cue of the net removal happening, so that means people are going to start to be ready to rotate. They're going to be aware of the fact that there is at least some individuals near A, but we've given ourselves away on the defense. And with the noise being cut completely by Gorillas in the Mist, it's working. We see the Deadlocks rotated towards mid, coming back over towards Tree, probably realizing, hey, it's a trap. I need to come back and help our Omen. So we're posting up here, waiting for the execution flood out of Tree from Catwalk, because there are 2 people there, and then the rest are all in main from our attacking squad of Gorillas in the Mist.
Well, here we go. The util goes out here by Tree. The first eliminations are going to be going in the way of Am Cheese auditioning. I think they just got the part if they didn't have it before. Auditioning, no, you got it. What a play coming from that Deadlock.
Now, let's see what the change of strategy is here for Gorillas in the Mist, considering, yes, we've got Pitt, Ron, and the 3 auditioning players, so those players other than Pitt and Ron are going to be all, I'm calling you by your agent names, apologies, y'all. I'm looking at the change of execution here. We're going to opt for B site, but we're actually, it looks like we might go through B main. Now, here's where things get concerning. As I was mentioning, the tripwires. You can opt for a Jet as your duelist, but some teams use a Raze if they think they're going to be going up against a Senti that is going to be the Cypher, because you can break trips with the Raze. When we don't have anything else to really get rid of them other than our shock darts, that means we have to identify where they're at first and then let our Omen take care of them and then full engage as Jet, which kind of getting into where the levers at to shut the door at market slows us down a little bit. So we're gonna owl drone out first. We throw a cage. We hear an operator shot as well. Paranoia lands on 1. Preacha is dead. one gets caught inside of those tripwires, like I mentioned.
And they managed to recover and finally get out of the util, but now here comes auditioning, or rather, I'm sorry, the Sova coming out with the spray in order to land these shots with that Sova-owned combo, and Cheese able to hold on towards that B site, and they're gonna extend their lead now to 3.
The B-site execution, if you're gonna opt for it when you're going against the Cypher and your option to get rid of trips, like I said, is shock darts, you need to slow down. It can't be a fast execute like we have when there's KJ util in the mix, because the odds there being util around the lever to shut the door is a lot smaller, but you can almost guarantee that there is going to be at least one trip near that entry point, maybe connected through by logs, connected on the archway, on the corner of the boathouse. Either way, you need to be more careful, means you need to go slower, and if you want to be fast, which is what the Gorillas in the Mist team seems like they want to do, perhaps you're going to be hard stuck going A.
Well, here we are. Here looks as though we are going to have some presence on towards that B site, but you can see the spike is actually over there towards A. So again, a very interesting split push coming from Gorillas in the Mist. Meanwhile, you do have that wall spray, a battle of the LMGs here, and they do exchange a little bit of damage. You can see there that the Sova from Cheese actually was on the receiving end of that damage. Meanwhile, the spike back over at A looks as though that they might try and commit to a rotation, but again, you know, a lot of time going off the clock here for Gorillas in the Mist.
50 seconds is not the worst type of time bank to be working with. I anticipate more at the 35-second mark, we're going to see a fast execution on the A site, and we're going to hope, if your Gorillas in the Mist, that you don't have that happen. Ron, who does have the operator, yes, we were waiting for the barrier mesh to go down so we could start executing, but we have Preacha get eliminated by the enemy deadlock. We use the shorty out of the cloud mist, we find one more, so that's 3. That's 4 fallen for Gorillas in the Mist. We were trying to do a patient execution, but revealing ourselves at top of Cat really was our own undoing.
Yeah, I remember earlier, you know, we were discussing, and I said that, not, you know, I'm afraid of seeing a Vice on the lineup. You know, I get a little nervous, but I got to tell you, there's nothing that frightens me more in Valorant than a Jet with an op. I mean, my goodness. And right now, Ron putting on display, not only with the operator being able to find one, but also, lordy, watch out for that shorty. Ron was able to find another with that as well. But now we have our first timeout. So you know what that means? It's time for my favorite part, which during a timeout, I like to call the Nerdy Bird and Etsoka show. So here we are. Nerdy Bird, real quick. What is your go-to weapon? Is it going to be the Phantom or Vandal? What side are you on?
Okay, it depends on the map. Now, if I'm playing Ascent, odds are it's going to be the Phantom. Well, sorry, it's going to be the Vandal. I am typically duoed with a Fade player, and we like to hold down A site quite frequently. And if we're doing work, typically we're by ourselves, and there's no one else coming over to A site. So we're wrapping all the way through attackers spawn and going towards B and becoming members of the attacking team when we're on defense. So that's my go-to is the Vandal because I like long range gameplay. I'm still getting used to stopping when I'm shooting, but I'm getting better. What about you?
I'm actually on the side of Phantom. I did start out with the Vandal. Vandal was my OG favorite, my original favorite. And then after watching Shopify Rebellion just go absolutely bananas with the Phantoms, I was like, okay, maybe maybe it's worth learning because it does seem as though that it has a faster fire rate, so you're able to land more shots consecutively. And again, I could just be, you know, I could be capping here, but at the same time, you know, if Shopify Rebellion pulls it off very nicely, then it makes me want to try and get better with it too. Meanwhile, Ron putting on a masterclass with the operator as they're able to find an early pick here in the favor of Cheese.
And Ron gets another pick without a triple, and will get put down by the enemy Vandal. The one thing I will say is, while the Op is a one-shot, one-kill, the Vandal is a one-shot, one-kill to the head. Whereas with Phantoms, more often than not, my friends are screaming 145 in my ear because they're using a Phantom. And then they promptly stop using the Phantom for the day and swap to the Vandal because the first time you 145 someone is the last time you do it for the match. That is my tried and truth when it comes to playing Valorant with individuals and watching some people and actually seeing damage output numbers. As soon as I see like that 145 get put out multiple times, at least by no more than twice, typically in a match I'm casting, if I get to see damage numbers, will it happen before we see a swap.
I was about to say, isn't the Phantom a one tap to the dome too?
I don't believe the Phantom's a one tap to the dome. I could be wrong though. I need a fact check. Sarah, I know you're watching. Fact check me.
I mean, maybe it was a time ago. Again, you know, they could have made some changes to the Phantom. Maybe it's no longer a one tap. Regardless, it is going to be well, it's going to be some eliminations going in the favor of Ron. Starting out with the op, now breaking out the Blade Storm. They're able to take out their doppelganger there from Gorillas in the Mist. And Roblox coming through here, looking for the flank, but gets poked out here by Pit. As now only one player remains. Bobstar going to be breaking out the Hunter's Fury.
And unfortunately, Bobstar with that Hunter's Fury. It was the last round, and we're going to do some silliness for our Omen. It was the last round of that half, and I think where I was wrong is the 145 happens a lot when you're just outside the 50-meter range, whereas it doesn't matter with the Vandal. Something like that. I literally am having Sarah fact check me on this because she's an Immortal player, whereas I'm not. So she'll give me the answers to that momentarily.
Mm-hmm. And now here we are going into the second half, and of course, you know, it wouldn't be a Valorant conversation without talking about 9-3. So let me ask you: is the 9-3 curse a dead meme, or is it, or do people still believe?
I don't believe in it. Let's say I'm very choosy about when I believe in it, and that is when I'm on the receiving end of the 3 when I'm playing comp. Not that frequently though anymore. So I don't believe in it, but if I need to huff the copium real bad, that is when I'll be believing.
Agreed. It's not a 9-3 curse when it doesn't happen to me, but when it does, then it's 100% real. It's the Avada Kedavra in equivalency at that point in terms of curses. But here we are going into the first round of the second half. Back to the pistols. Am Cheesed going to be taking their time here to start things out. Still a minute left to go, and it looks like they're corralling over towards that A site.
They are, but the Jet player over here for Gorillas in the Mist, our defensive squad, has already taken a chunk of damage. So we go in, we end up getting the scan onto 1. And that is 2 falling down for Gorillas in the Mist. We're going to use that barrier mesh on the high ground sound sensor just underneath it. So if you fire on that high ground, you will get concussed by that sound sensor underneath, by the way, inside of Hell. We're in a 3v4 retake situation. Gorillas in the Mist. We have Pit getting grab netted. As we also have 2 members fall for Gorillas in the Mist.
And here we go, 3v1, and now make it 3v none. Pit able to clean up and find Bobstar there in the mid, gets the final elimination and the pistol round win. Am Cheesed now going to be hitting the double digits first here on Ascent.
All right, so I got the fact check for you. It's at range. There's like a minor spot where you will 140 someone versus just insta-killing them with the one shot from the Phantom, whereas if you had a Vandal, you would have killed them.
So my question is that at ranges, can the Phantom one tap?
At range, the Phantom will not one tap. You're gonna 140 someone.
Okay, but what I mean is that is there another range, like closer, like if the person was closer?
Yes. If you're closer, you can still one tap with the Phantom. It's
that's what I was asking. Like, does it have the ability to one tap at all?
It does exist. Yes. Okay. You are very much so correct.
All right, no, but I 100% agree as well, especially if you're holding lane. Like, say if you're trying to hold, like, B main here on Ascent, or even like C main on Haven, it is better to have that Vandal because you're going to be able to one tap at any range. But with that being said, you can see here going into round number 14, Gorillas in the West, they're reaching to the bottom of the bargain bin. We got Stingers out for Pele.
Well, so you can run and gun with the Stinger quite nicely. So if you've got a panic retake with your team, it might end up working out. And looking at Gorillas in the Mist, we've got one player that can lead us our charge into the point. As per usual, it is your Jet, but our Jet is dangerously low, so you can use Jet as bait to get intel. And then on the other side of that, Am Cheesed, our Deadlock is sub half health. I'll be gracious here and say about a third. So also someone who wants to be swinging a little bit sooner, as we have. That's 3 eliminations in favor of Am Cheese to make it 4. That's everybody's body on the ground for Gorillas in the Mist getting eliminated. And now we are at 11-3, and that 10-2 curse is looking less, the 9-3 curse is looking less and less true.
And you know, my weeb meter is going off right now. Maybe it's just my weeb brain that is happening right now. But when I see gorillas in the mist, it makes me think of the village hidden in the mist from
Yep.
Naruto. So I'm
Yep.
wondering if the gorillas in the mist are also ninjas. But you know, regardless, right now, they're cheesing. You know, they're definitely, you know, popping off right now. I mean, they're leading 11-3. So I mean, they are literally a round away from putting themselves onto match point, and you know, they have all the momentum in their favor right now.
They do. It's just a matter of keeping it in their favor. We do have the slightly more consistent weapon buys for Gorillas in the Mist, but they are forcing now at this point. I think, honestly, last round should have been an eco because they couldn't full buy, and then this round should have been a full buy as opposed to like a half buy type of situation because now we're staring down the third barrel of a 30-round loss. So we have a run-in from Pele who's going to grab a weapon upgrade. I don't know if it was a Phantom or a Vandal, but it's definitely better than what we had. And there's that running gun from Preach, but Run coming in with the Bulldog takes down Pele, so we're going to be able to upgrade that weapon if we want. That's an up-to-you type of deal. Roblox firing through the paper-mache walls here where we can wallbang, trying to get some damage, but it doesn't matter. The Omen comes in with a 2K with the Phantom. See, there's the close-range one-shot that a Phantom can do.
Yeah, again, there's instances where I prefer, like you had mentioned earlier, you know, it depends on what map you're on, it depends the circumstance, where, you know, Vandal v Phantom. But again, that scenario seemed like it was pretty good for the Phantom there, coming from the Omen there on the Am Cheesed. You know, you can only say additioning so many times before you're like, okay, I'm just gonna say Omen from Am Cheesed. I'm just gonna say Deadlock. You know, I mean, I don't understand all three players having the same name, but you know, there's got to be a good reason for it. So by all means, when you're leading 12-3, you could call yourself whatever you want.
Well, I can tell you the full roster is actually Preacha, Pele, Casey, Taz, Derek, and Bobstar. Probably something to do with like Riot not letting them log in or something, or not having their logins information at their school. It happens. I digress. We have that Deadlock getting 2 kills in favor of Am Cheese, and there's that grab net. We're revealing our location with the audio. That's a 13-3 in favor of Am Cheese, and I think if anything, to the teams that have lost thus far to Am Cheese, this is just more of a reason for you to continue to cheer them on. If you're going to lose to a team, lose to the best, but I also will point out this is double elimination, I'm pretty sure, so it does. If you lost to them, watch what they're doing. Figure out their plans. Come back swinging.
Yes, you are correct. This is in fact double elimination. So even Hebron that we saw had fallen to this team. They are currently in the lower bracket, or should still be in the lower bracket. Again, we do have matches that are being played off stream as well, but again, just a fantastic display here coming from Am Cheese. My goodness, I mean, they put on a display. Even, you know, we were watching Ron a good bit, right? And again, Ron, you know, they had some bit of a touch and go, a couple of moments there earlier on in the first half of the matchup. You know, we saw them being a little lackluster, but once they got the operator, my goodness, they were popping off. We saw them get 3-4 Lordy, watch out for the shorties. They definitely showed up in a major way, and if I'm not mistaken, they ended up being the top frag, or at least, you know, top of the scoreboard, it looked like, there towards the end. So again, I just love that change of pace where Ron in the beginning was a little lackluster, and then out of nowhere, just like they flipped the switch and boom, they were locked in. So again, fantastic game coming from Am Cheese, and like you had mentioned, I think everyone needs to be watching this team right now.
Yes, and we can actually take a look at some of the highlights from that game. Wouldn't be shocked if some of them were actually Ron with that operator, and I do think it's a pretty standard. I'm going to save up a few rounds, then buy the op. Well, it's Ron with the Vandal. Bobstar going through mid. This was the ace that we saw from our Omen from Am Cheese. I'd love to use your real name, but I don't know. And then also the Deadlock getting a 4K. It was just multiple multi-kills for these players. They are one-player armies, absolutely well executed. 13-3 Am Cheese moving on and moving forward. Whereas Girls in the Mist are going to have to battle it out in the second chance lower bracket to have the opportunity to maybe take Am Cheese on later in the series. But with that being said, we're going to take a quick break. Captain, do you have any final thoughts before we throw to a break and let everyone go grab some water?
The only final thought that I have is that if you are going to be taking a break and you are going to be looking for some refreshments, you might as well go get yourself an Oreo Coke Zero, because I'm going to try and get, like, if I have enough time to go run and grab mine, you should have time to run and grab yours.
Well, I've got mine right here, so I'm gonna sit tight, sip on my Coca-Cola while we give everyone a quick opportunity to go and find their own. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Spin September Showcase. We've already gotten to see a lot of action throughout the day. Of course, we started out with Valorant, and then we picked up on some Smash, and then we went back to more Valorant, and now, Nerdy Bird, we're going back to Smash. I mean, it has been one heck of a day, and it only just keeps getting better.
Oh, yes, and just a quick update for everyone. One of our first games of the day, we saw a player named Flumph. Well, Flump actually, I believe, is our champion for that bracket, but now we're going to shift gears yet again a little bit, and we're going to look at the C bracket in particular, which is our central bracket. It's not ABC, it is actually WCE. So this is how the bracket has shaken out so far, and Bargain is in our grand finals, our Alex/Steve player, and then Red White is our other grand finals competitor. Now, this is a situation where there is a bracket reset. If Red White manages to win, we'll reset the bracket and they'll play it all over again. Now, we do have other brackets going on. I mentioned 3. Captain, why don't you fill us in on the next bracket?
Well, let's take a look. We're going to the other bracket, and we are going to get the lowdown here. As you can see that we are in the East bracket, and they have had quite the run of it themselves. In our grand finals, you're going to see in Dorothea taking on, I want to say Dog 3, but also there's a part of me that thinks it's just Doge with a 3 for an E. Could be mistaken, but with that being said, it's still going to be shaping up for the grand finals here in the East. Keep in mind that the West has been settled. As we had mentioned, it was Flomp to take the West division, and now we have Central and East to finish up for our Smash matches today. But for our next matchup, we are getting ready to have our Central and our East division. Don't forget, if you want to check out the other Smash matches that are happening, you can always go to Stay Plugged In B on our B stream. That's where all the other Smash matches are also happening. So again, if you're trying to keep up with the entire Smash brackets for both divisions, remember Stay Plugged In B stream over there. Again, it's literally just the same as this, just with a B behind it. So feel free to go and check out all the action that is happening over there as well.
All right, so it's going to be Bargain taking on Red White. Bargain started out on Alex and stayed on Alex the entire time. Something that you have preached is the way to go. I, as a more with the a little bit different of an approach to most games, the counter picking being predominant in my title of choice of the game that shall not be named. That's rest in peace. So with that in mind, counterpicking being such a strong thing that occurs in my games, I always do believe that it's okay to have more than one fighter in your pocket. Now, we're having Bargain start out still on Steve, is going with the zombie variant instead, and we've got Cloud. Tell me a little bit about this matchup, what you're thinking we're seeing here.
Oh, what this is the tried and true matchup of matchups, if you ask me. Again, you have Cloud. This is a character that is often found in the top 8s of like literally any Smash tournament ever. And then you have Steve the Cheese, right? And again, I might get some slack for that, but I don't care. Steve the Cheese is what I like to call them. But regardless, again, you have 2 tried and true Smash characters that often end in the grand finals just like this. So again, this is a matchup that I am going to love to see, as already you can see Bargain is going to go down their first stock here to start things out.
What a beautiful DI coming in from Red White on Cloud to prevent the zoom in from actually getting a full kill. But honestly, that one did not work out. Instead, now we're equalized, just only taking 31% as a kind of a free amount of extra damage. Now, I will point out, Bargain, when we first started this match, was very much so on the ground again, trying to do similar to what we experienced when they played against Ness, going for the conditioning taking place center stage, as opposed to playing off stage. They've quickly pivoted, and now they're looking to play off stage more. They're looking to play on the ledge, try to get the materials, go for the mining, get the materials in hand, and then go for these edge guards. We already see the lava getting thrown out, and there is the minecart being used to just gain some distance, and then the downward throw with the fishing rod, absolutely well executed. Can we see our Cloud player, Red White, catch back up and take away one of the stocks to equalize this? We're at 1 stock aside.
I mean, they definitely could. Again, Cloud is a very formidable character, but unfortunately, they don't have the best off-stage presence. I mean, they can definitely recover, but apparently they're not going to recover from underneath the stage. That is going to be game number 1 going the way of Bargain. Now, keep in mind, because we are in the grand finals, this is still going to be a best-of-5 matchup, and the bracket reset is in play, just to familiarize people who may not be too familiar with how a bracket reset works. If we do see the Cloud in this instance, if they continue to stay Cloud with Red White, if Red White manages to win, that means we play another best of 5 and then we go on from there. But if we see Bargain win, then that's it. That's the end of the tournament. They are going to be our grand champion and they're going to take home the dub.
Yes, so now the question is, if you are the one who's down one in this instance, our Cloud player, Red White, what's the plan here? I mean, I think the last death was almost a pseudo SD, but I digress. What's the change of pace here? How are we going to shake things up? We're sticking with the Cloud versus Steve matchup, and now is this Hollow Bastion? I want to say that no, this is not Hollow Bastion.
It
Hollow
is
Bastion's
not.
outside.
Yes, this is another Pokemon map. It's Kalos, if I'm not mistaken, if that's how you pronounce it. Kalos or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, I just know it's not Hollow Bastion. This is in fact the other Pokemon map that we have. It's again not as good as PS2 because PS2 is my favorite, but still great nonetheless as we get game number 2 started and underway, and already about even in damage percentage. As you can see already, it is going to be a Bargain trying to find that first stock, but they get caught up in a cross slash.
Oh, and here we go. We have Bargain going for the edge guard, but not as heavily. We don't have the material, the resources built up yet. We got to mine for them a little bit more. We do go for the gate attack. Now, here comes the ledge guard. We build down some of the dirt piles, and we have the lava block used to prevent the downwards capabilities for Cloud. Cloud gets thrown into the sky. That is 1 stock down for our poor Red White here.
But yeah, I went ahead and Googled it, you know, because I felt like it was right. But yes, this is in fact Kalos Pokemon League. That's where we're at. I wasn't 100% sure. I felt like I was correct, but I needed to Google to confirm, and I have. So yes, I'm happy to say that this is indeed Kalos. And now, once again, unfortunately, you see Red White going to be falling here, and does get the revenge stock, but still 2 stocks to 1 in favor of Bargain.
See who manages. I mean, if Bargain gets the next stock, I was about to say who manages to get the next stock off. If Bargain gets it, well, then that's game set match, and that's another victory in the bag for Bargain, and will put themselves at series point. Now, if Red White manages to catch this one, I am pretty solid in assuming that Bargain is not going to swap. But we have a TNT, and I think Red White has learned their lesson after the near back-to-back kills that occurred on Red White. They managed to DI one, and then the second one they got eliminated with the TNT. Not going to make that mistake twice, so I think we got to change things up if you're Bargain. Time for another strategy swap. We use the piston here once again, going for the edge guard, but we're not using the TNT. Instead, we use the lava bucket. And that is going to be Cloud's final stock. Once again, it's going to be Villager, aka Zombie, aka Steve, winning game 2.
Yeah, that they do, and they do so in a spectacular fashion. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they had a stock left to spare even. So again, they were literally taking Cloud through the ringer here. And now at this point, you know, you're down 2-0 in a best of 5. At this point, you might as well switch. You might as well try something else. As much as I love Cloud, as much as I think that this is actually a really great matchup, they're just going to have to switch out. And the question is who do you switch out to? And because, Nerdy Bird, that you have been the champion of the counter pick, who is the counter pick to Steve? Like, who do you put in this scenario?
Well, again, I'm leaning into what Miles told me, which is it comes down to how you want to condition someone and how you want to play. I think, truthfully, if we don't want to deal with the probability of dealing with the lava blocks, we understand that our disadvantage state is going to be in the air, then play someone who... Oh! I was gonna say Captain Falcon. Honestly,
Oh,
close the distance, kind of get a strong knee in there, and get them off the stage. Go for the occasional ledge guard, but risking it kind of frequently for those ledge guards. But I was not expecting the Steve v Steve.
I kind of was, to be honest, just because the best counter to Steve, I think, is Steve, right? I mean, my God, oh, I love it. Again, sometimes you literally have to fight fire with fire, right? Now, honestly, now that I've actually given it some thought, Nerdy, you know who I think would be a decent counter? And maybe I'm just happening to, again, this is just brainstorming, speculation. I would like to see Kazuya. I would like to see Kazuya going up against Steve because, again, Steve gets better through time, right? You know, the more that they're given time to mine and build up their weaponry, their util, they go from gold to diamond, etc. But Kazuya, because they have such knockback potential, such kickback, and so much strength, I feel like they can get the stocks early off of Steve very quickly before they can build too much and get to the diamond weaponry.
Yeah, I could foresee that. I also I could see someone choosing to go with Puff, a very small agile character, or something more akin to Isabel. Also could work. I really think it just comes down to what you're comfortable playing, and it's obvious that Red White is comfortable also playing Steve, as we're here in this Steve mirror, but ends up getting stuck in the minecart momentarily. We're upwards building. We hit the upwards block limit. We're going to use that minecart. Tries to go for the edge guard. Could have just killed ourselves. We go for the gimp and try to actually stomp down on the other Steve. It does not work out. I respect the attempt. That's extremely hard to pull off. The squish is it's a possible thing to do, but I've yet to ever see it actually pulled off.
Yeah, now you can see we're going back and forth here between these two Steves, looking for the up tilt, not going to be able to get it to go. Back to center stage now. You can see Red White trying to build up their arsenal. Eventually, we're going to get just like Diamond v Diamond arsenals here. Both characters are going to be mining away. Back over towards the edge. Goes for the lava block, but it's not going to be any good. And now this is just, you know, tit for tat mirror matchup here.
Anvil. Minecart, anvil, minecart. Minecart, anvil. Oh, side B. Oh, we got the dynamite on the ground. Instead, we're actually gonna throw them up against a dirt block we placed earlier. Oh my gosh, Red White is thinking in 4 dimensions right now. This is incredible.
Honestly, I'm still surprised of how well they managed to hold on at 100%. But like you had mentioned, you know, they do have that danger zone, right? When they get enraged, you know, towards the more red percentages, and that can deal a little bit of that extra damage here. As again, you know, it does look as though that Red White does have the diamond, or at least, yeah, it looks like diamond weaponry now available, and they are dealing some heavy damage. They are nearly caught up in damage percentage.
Well, I mean, yeah, being at the hundreds is one thing, and oh, bad DI came in at the last moment for Red White, so that is going to be a 3rd game victory, Zombie Steve. Bargain, that is going to be a clean sweep, and because this technically Bargain was at the advantage, there will not need to be a bracket reset, if I'm right.
You are correct. No need for the bracket reset. It is in fact a 3-0 sweep in the favor of Bargain. I don't know why it says Red White.
Unless we were wrong.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was Bargain. Nearly certain.
Yes. Yes, that was.
Okay, because it said champion Red White, you know, so again, I just want to make sure that we were correct, because again, that Steve, that was Bargain. Bargain was playing as Steve all day long, never swapped, never switched, and then, you know, when we go in, Red White comes out, and he originally on the Cloud, and then switched to Steve at the end, so I feel like that one was Red White. But regardless, there we go! We have confirmation. Our champion here in the Central Division is, in fact, Bargain.
Yes, and for anyone, once again, that wants to check out the the West Division, which is yet to end, or is it East? I can't remember. It's one or the other. The remainder of the Smash games that are occurring for our other brackets, you can check them out on the B channel, which is the exact same URL as this stream, you know, the twitch.tv/staypluggedin, but just add the letter B at the very end, and you'll be all set to check those games out. But I'm pretty sure you and I aren't done yet.
Oh no, absolutely not. You already know Smash is only half of the program that we got here today. Of course, we still have Valorant to get to, Nerdy Bird.
Yes, but before we hop into Valorant, let's say one last goodbye to Smash by checking out these highlights from our championship match here for our Central Division. And that was between Red, White, and Bargain. It was a lot of Cloud, a lot of Steve, but in the end, it was all Steve, and it was all Bargain.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? This might be a little bit of a spicy take, but honestly, I think Red White maybe could have gotten away with the dub had they switched to Steve from the get-go. You know, because again, you know, you're going into the last match with Steve, and you know you're switching off of a Cloud, so you got to get acclimated. But had they just jumped in game number one with Steve, we could have seen a little bit of a closer matchup. But still, I mean, Bargain, clearly they know how to play Steve inside and out, because they came through with a 3-0 win in the grand finals and will be your champion. So again, hats off, my hair off to Bargain. Congratulations, that was well played, well done.
I think either reading the room a little bit in this essence and knowing that we've not seen Bargain on anything but Steve, and either going Steve at the beginning or going Steve match 2 might have been a little bit beneficial. But you know, hindsight's always 2020. But regardless, we have more things to look forward to in the form of Valorant. But for now, we'll take a quick break so everyone can get acclimated and ready to swap over to an FPS from a fighting game. So don't go anywhere. Your casters and the players will be back here in just a few minutes.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Spin September Showcase. We have had quite the day, and once again, I am Captain Etsoka, joined on the desk by Nerdy Bird. Nerdy Bird! We've already gotten to see quite a few matches of Valorant. We just wrapped up our C division there for Super Smash Brothers. I think it's time we head back to Valorant. What about you?
I agree, and we're gonna start off with what I look. Traditionally, I understand that the lower bracket, we call it the lower bracket. Some people call it the second chance bracket. I call it the redemption arc because sometimes our champions go to those lower grand final. Will go to the lower bracket and make it all the way back to grand finals and end up being victorious. So it's your chance to be your own Zuko in this instance. We're gonna see two teams in this next match that we've already seen today, and that is going to be the Gorillas in the Mist taking on Hebron High School, the team that you've seen multiple times, and we're a little bit shocked by the fact that they got sent down here until we witnessed the team that sent them here, which was Am Cheesed, and Am Cheesed definitely did very well in the one game we got to watch of Ascent, so I'm curious as to how these two teams are going to perform on this map we're going to see them on.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, I'm not surprised to see Hebron making their way through the lower bracket. And not only that, but, you know, Gorillas in the Mist as well. We have to keep in mind is that both of these teams have been sent down to the lower bracket by the same team. Both of these teams, I think, should be on equal footing. They both went down to Am Cheesed. So, you know, it all makes sense. You had even mentioned it earlier. If you're going to go down to the lower bracket, get knocked down by, you know, the upper final participant. I'm trying to think of a better way to. I don't want to call them the grand champs yet because it's not over, but you know what I mean. They got sent down by the upper finals winner, right? So here we are. We're going back to Haven, and we are seeing the compositions come through. And let's get some of your thoughts, Nerdy Birdie. What are you thinking of these comps?
All right, so we've got the standard Omen. I like to see the double Senti just because it's a 3-point map. I feel like double Senti is very powerful. So we have the Sova in conjunction with that KJ. Between the two of them, they can get intel and lock down an entire site. Now that is only on one team site. The other team is opting not to have that Sova, but instead is running with the Initiator and double Duelist composition. So they're going to have that Yoryu in conjunction with the Neon. Now the Concussed from Neon with Yoryu flashes, they could be disgusting, but then you throw in Breach Util into the mix, and Breach Util reaches an entire lane. You have Fault Point, you have a Fault Line, Flashpoint, as well as oh my goodness, Aftershock. Those three abilities are disgusting. So that individual can literally hold like between two sites and control both entries, like the left entry of C site from Garage, as well as the main entry point of B site at the same time. Or we could do that from the A site as well. That is why Breach is gross, and I love seeing Breach. I hate playing against Breach, so I'm glad both teams are utilizing a Breach. I just think that what Yoryu brings to the table, unfortunately, for Hebron High School is being pseudo-countered by the fact that there's two Sentis over on the side of the Gorillas in the Mist, because they're going to prevent Yoryu from doing what Yoryu wants to do, which is lurk and flank.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Hebron is going with a very, in my opinion, it looks like an offensive composition. But with that being said, I mean, going with the double duelist, it's just interesting because that they're going with this composition because they're starting off on the defensive side of the spike here on Haven. As already you can see Bobstar is going to be sending out the Owl drone to get a little bit of intel. Not going to be seeing much over there as now Minty is going to be making their way over to Sewer, playing around the smoke here. Not going to be pushing through just yet. This is the calm before the storm.
Roblox inside Garage. Caught the leg of the other KJ. Is going to get fault line, so this is kind of a rough situation. Still finds the headshot anyway, so the first team to lose one is going to be our defensive squad. And a quick follow-up trade there between Neon and Omen will find the elimination on to the Sova. A right-click from Norden will find one, and Mirage will find another in the form of Roblox. The Paranoia goes through, it's clean. That is Spike Bearer down on site.
My goodness, Hebron on the defense looks like they're playing offense. Like the way that they are just running down these lanes and flanking. I've seen 2 different flanks already coming from the side of Hebron, and those are the only ones that we actually got to spectate and see. There may have even been more in that last round, but my goodness, Hebron being awfully aggressive here on the defensive side of the spike and didn't even really give Gorillas in the Mist a chance to even get the spike down.
I was a little bit shocked that the KJ wasn't. We end up with KJ on KJ instead of having to having KJ util to deal with what was going on with involving the Yori. So once KJ died, Yori was like, "Oh, I get to do whatever I want." Now Minty is going to find one. Can Minty find another? Using the Marshal, staring down sewers. And I do agree with Hebron running the double duelist. It does mean that they're gonna be playing rather forward pushing. I mean, why not? However, accidentally flashing yourself is never something you want to deal with. Will manage to survive nonetheless with the help from the team lurking up through A main. I'm getting a little concerned about Gorillas in the Mist. I mean, the double initiator versus double duelist is what I think is causing the issues here.
And to be honest, when it comes to composition, I actually favor Gorillas in the Mist. I like their composition a little bit more. I love having the Sova along with the KJ because I love having that extra intel, right? I like having, you know, a little bit more awareness around the map, especially with KJ because KJ can control so much. Like KJ can literally lock down a site by herself, usually over there towards the C site. But yeah, I mean, Hebron, I mean, they're running with this composition. They clearly know it. And they are using it to its fullest potential so far. Only 2 rounds gone. Still plenty of game left to play. Let's see how Hebron will continue, as already you can see Preacha going to get the first limb.
It's only 1 player down, and we've seen Hebron actually come back from worse in our previous game, in our previous series we saw them in today. Northy, jiggle peeking through window inside garage. Just going to use that point flash. Trying to thwart off people. We do see the dark cover put in. I believe that was from our offensive team to try and bait out some utils so they can identify who's here, but no one's budging. We've placed down the smokes, which does not tell us exactly where someone's standing. It can give us intelligence where we think they're going, but no one has dropped anything else. We're all being very quiet. But if you look, we've got some people lurking up through a lobby, heading down a long. So we're about to use this flashpoint. No, it's aftershock and flashpoint around the corner. We get one, but the cloud smoke goes up, and it's good to keep us alive, allowing roadblocks to keep their teammate alive, returning the fire.
And now you see Mirage going to drop down, finds the heady off the spray. And now it's going to be a 2v4. Spike heading over towards the B site. Pax able to find one. Minty on the other with the Sheriff. No way! Gets a 2-piece and may have just saved the round.
With that, that'll be another round for the defenders. 2 players left standing. They're going to be able to gather up some better weapons if they so choose. We see a Vandal in Minty's hands, which is definitely an upgrade from that Marshal. But Minty, I think, across the last 2 rounds got, I want to say, 4 kills with the Marshal, which was pretty gosh darn good. Now, checking out where we're at as far as economy, this is going to be a save round for the Gorillas in the Mist, but it looks like we're only partially saving, as I do see someone buying an Ares, and we do see a possibility of Stingers or Spectres also being purchased. The Bucky, I get it. That's a pretty cheap buy. But Stingers and Spectres, when you need to be saving, can be a little bit risky as we're shooting into snipers. Bobstar with the Ares actually comes in clutch, finding Mirage. So it's an entry pick already for our defensive squad who's playing very offensively. And Minhan, our change from the Sova to the Neon, comes in with a 3-piece combo.
Yeah, my goodness. Right now, Minhan and Minty are just going absolutely nuttery buttery. I mean, my goodness. I mean, you're looking at the Neon and they're literally breaking back. I don't even want to say back line because I feel like that's not even terminology that should be used in Valorant. But like, my goodness, they're getting these flanks and they're just pushing down A main every single time, and they are just literally getting the flank just so quickly, and they can't be stopped. They have run the same play every round so far. Like, granted, that was the bonus round. It was an eco round for the Gorillas in the Mist, but still, off of that early pick off the Ares, you'd think they would have been able, you know, to kind of pick out the flank, but they didn't. Now is a real opportunity here as they are back to the rifles.
This really comes down to the KJ properly placing utility and waiting out the flank, but there's Minhan, our flanker, getting taken care of anyway, so a little less things to worry about currently for Gorillas in the Mist. The only person that might be worrisome, truly, I think, is going to... Never mind. Minty is also done. So Roblox was like, I got my util here, but also I could just opt to kill you. Instead, chose to just wait for the Yoru and take care of him, knowing that that is typically what a Yoru is going to be looking to do. We see the fault line go through from B. Didn't pick up anything, but Pax is now on this flank. And I think, yes, it's Pax as well as their Breach is coming with them for this flank. Didn't think Roblox was still going to be standing there. Roblox knew better, stuck it out. We do see the alarm bot was there. Pretty sure Northy also saw it getting placed. Gonna use a lot of util to try and create attention. Someone's gonna swing up through sewer. Don't swing by yourself or you could get killed. They swung one at a time. Yes, continue to give Northy ones if you want them to actually get an ace for their team. But Preacher will finally get Northy taken care of.
Yep, and there we go. And then, you know, Gorillas in the Mist, they didn't really have to do much of anything because, again, you know, we saw Hebron run the same play over and over and over again, constantly going for these aggressive flanks. And Gorillas in the Mist, they just had to sit and wait. They just had to sit and wait for Hebron to push them, and that's where we saw a lot of the eliminations. They were just playing side lanes, didn't even really have to jiggle peek because they knew that the flank was coming. They knew the push was coming. So, again, a lot of shoulder taps. Minty was eliminated early. We saw Minhan eliminated early. And now Hebron should change up their playstyle because clearly the Gorillas have already pretty much figured out, you know, that aggressive flank playstyle, and I don't think they're going to fall for it anymore.
I mean, all you have to do is leave your KJ back with their util, and technically those flanks should be thwarted. But Minhan has picked up the operator, was staring down sewers towards B lobby. I think was literally fired off a warning shot because I don't see anyone near there. I wasn't also, so you've given away that you have an op now. Congratulations. Probably saw something, thought it was an individual walking by, just a pixel, and it was absolutely nothing. We hear from the shadows instigated for the Gorillas. Where are we looking to go? It looks like a flood out onto C site. The execution has begun, but no one has fallen yet for our defensive team as we hear a lot of util get used. Minhan finding that burst of elimination onto Jet.
Oh, and now they're bringing out the ult as well. Look at this, Minhan going on an absolute rampage. They found an elimination with the op, and now they will find 3 more with the ult. And that is going to be another round win going the way of Hebron High School.
Okay, so
Ooh.
That was huge. The dimensional rift from the Yoru play to pass through the smoke to then tell our Neon where to fire with their ult online. Big brain, I love it. We'll probably continue to see that combo over and over again.
Did you see Minhan just write L in the dirt with their ult?
Yeah, I was choosing not to acknowledge it.
My bad. You know, I was just like, wait, did I just see what I think I saw? Like, I had to confirm that I was like, yeah, that's 100% what I saw. But now, getting ready to head into the next round, you can see Hebron, again, just on an absolute tear right now. However, going into this next round, round number 7, Gorillas in the Mist, they do have 2 ults to their side. In contrast, Hebron with 1.
The Valorant timing diff while staring down sewer, but Minhan on the walk back did get 1. He's gonna get 2. We use the duplicate. Speedway is up, trying to get some extra space. We found Spike, but somehow we lose to a Deagle. We have the flash come through, it's good, and that's gonna be Minty finding another elimination and closing out the round.
Oh no. I mean, and you know what's, it's really interesting because when I think about, you know, operators and those that use them, I you know, Yoru and Neon usually don't come to mind. But with that being said, it's once again time for everybody's favorite segment. It's time for the Nerdy Bird and Atsoka Show. Nerdy Bird, okay, what do you think is the best skin pack in Valorant?
Everyone's gonna hate me for this. It's Star Guardians.
Okay, that's fair. That's perfectly fair. Now, for me, when it comes to skin packs, I have what I think is the best, and then I have my personal favorite. What I think was the best skin pack of all time in Valorant was the Radiant Entertainment System, the arcade style
That one was
skin
pretty good.
pack. I think that one was really the best. in my opinion, all around, and I'm judging about all the entire pack of itself, the weapons, and of course the melees, as well as the animations. I think the Radiant Entertainment System was the best. However, it's not my personal favorite, and again, people might hate me for this, but my personal favorite skin pack was Xeno Hunter. If you remember the Xeno Hunter, and again, because you and I, Nerdy, we discussed this throughout the break that we're big horror fans, right? Well, I love Alien. I love the entire Alien franchise. Xeno Hunter, those weapons are modeled after the Colonial Marines from Aliens, the sequel to the original.
Yep.
So that's why I love Xeno Hunter.
That is fair. I'll give you that one. So long as you don't say Araxis, we're square.
I love the Nerdy Bird and Itsoka show. But now it's time to get to our regular scheduled programming. Getting back into the action here on Haven between Hebron and Gorillas in the Mist. Looks like we're going to see a very slow push heading over towards Garage, Nerdy.
We are. The fault line comes through. Bobstar with that owl drone barely misses seeing the Breach's toes. You just derped? I'm sorry, I was reading the Jets username and I couldn't help myself.
Just under a minute left to go here. And again, there's no real commitment from Gorillas in the Mist yet onto any site, as they're all pretty spread thin here. I mean, you got one over towards A main, you got one in sewers, you got two in the mid, and then you got one by C main. And again, I guess they're trying to bait out a pick here, you know, trying to play for picks, but it's not working. Hebron, they're not rushing like they were before.
They're playing off the idea that someone's going to get impatient. Now, I don't know if that's actually going to happen because of this. Never mind. Pele, you just proved myself wrong. Minty and Mirage both get punished shortly thereafter, though. Northy is forcing out You're Just Derped into a less than advantageous position, but Roblox picking up a 2K. Minhan still has the operators, forced to pick up a Vandal. Can't do the close range combat. We'll lose the Roblox, and their Sova still standing.
Well done. I gotta say, I love that play from Gorillas in the Mist, because, you know, even I was getting a little nervous for them as the clock kept ticking down, right? You know, they were, again, biding their time, waiting to try and find an opening. And honestly, that was the best way to do it. They took their time, they didn't panic, and they came up with a good play in the end. So, and not only that, but they were also able to outfrag their opponents too. So whenever they did, you know, try and challenge, you know, they came up with the win. So again, I think it's that slow and steady wins the race mentality that won them that round. But will it work again? That's the real question. Oh!
Unfortunately, Recon Bolt did catch our Neon, and we're just going to kick it back into high gear, run away. Aim down sights. There's the fault line. We take the shot. Gonna have to use fast lane to get out safely into our own teammates' smoke. The Minty, who I think used Gate Crash, pops in with an Odin and sprays down two, and then I didn't even hear Overdrive get popped, but yeah, Neon popped Overdrive again to pick up a multi-piece.
I'm so jealous of all these sniper shots that I'm seeing. Like earlier, we saw Minty get a no-scope with a Marshall, and now we see Minhan just gonna blind fire into smoke and find one with the op. And it makes me so jealous because I never, ever get these shots. Like, there's no shot for me. I would never be able to land these shots. And it's so funny because, you know, again, for a lot of our viewers and clearly for those playing and, you know, for a lot of the fans at home, you know, I'm sure they're able to pull it off. I'm sure they're able to do it. It's probably nothing, you know, to someone who could pull that off, especially to these players. Oh, it's just another day at the office. To me, no, I can never pull off these shots. Like, I blind fire in the smoke and that's what I get. Smoke, nothing, nada.
It's all about crosshair placement and game sense if you talk to some players. And me, I'm like, no, you just have Lady Luck smelling on your side constantly. Because the rare occasion I get a kill in the smoke, I'm screaming in my mic like, did you see that? Did you see that? And as I'm saying, did you see that? No, Minty, we did not just see that Odin kill, but we know for a fact you did just get one. Now we've got Bladestorm online, locked and loaded for you just derped. Coming out from the Gorillas in the Mist, who's going to immediately dash in and meet the open end of a Phantom, and that's Mirage finding a 3K thus far. Can we get a fourth pick?
I mean, I think they're just gonna, you know, hold the W key at this point. They're not even worried anymore. My goodness. Hebron just kind of running away with it now. I mean, they get their 8th round win. They are dominating here in the first half, and I think they really do want a little bit of revenge on Am Cheese. Because don't get me wrong, you know, they did lose that upper semifinal, and that's what put them down into the lowers. And in all fairness, you know, I think Hebron not necessarily should have or could have won that match, but I think it should have been a lot closer. You know, you look back at that match that they had up with Am Cheese, and it was a 13-4 spread. And then you look at Am Cheese versus Gorillas 13-3. I just think Hebron are going to want a little payback. But, you know, first, they got to finish this match out.
Honestly, I think maybe we pick Lotus. We pick something akin to Haven, but not quite Haven, to see what we can do. Or, you know, you could really go for the Gambit and run Abyss. I feel like it's a new enough map that you might be able to get away with some things, but you can't get away with trying to hide from a Hunter's Fury when you've already been clipped in the ankles. Minhan, Roblox, both picking, Pax both picking up a kill. Picha finding one, Minhan finding another. That's Mirage with the last one. Hebron High School is at 9, almost 10. Like we've said before, that double digits is important. This is the last round before the swap. Hebron High School, are you about to put yourselves at double digits here?
Yeah, I don't want to say that the first half, at least, isn't too far gone at this point. I just feel like Hebron are 100% locked in right now. And you know, when it comes to traditional sports as well as esports, once you have a team, once you have players that are in the zone, that are locked in, it's so hard to get them out. And right now, I think Hebron are just 100% locked in.
Yeah, I think also whichever team's looking to go to the grand finals from this match needs to wrap this game up quickly, because the longer you play, the more tired you get. Even though you're going to feel that energy high, it can be a little much. We get flash, we get aftershocks, we're hit with the paranoia, we use cloud smoke. There is also swarm grenades trying to get us out of our position. This poor Jet is being put through the ringer for the Gorillas in the mist, despite being on site. Mirage camping in garage, throws the paranoia. I think it lands on one, finds one a limb, finds another on top of Spike. They've cleared the site. They just need to get the smoke out and start playing Get Down, Mr. President, and preventing Pele from finding these E-limbs. Halfway through the defuse, almost there. That is a defuse. Hebron High School at halfway point with a 10 score line.
Yep, there we are. That is the first half in the books. Hebron, again, firing on all cylinders. They didn't even like out-frag their opponents in that last round. They just stuck the defuse and they took the dub, they took the win. And of course, leading the way for Hebron is Minhan, who has just been literally all over the map. 20 eliminations to their name, the top frag in the lobby. And now they get to play offense. That's what you have to keep in mind, is that Hebron, Minhan, and company were all just now playing defense, and yet they are top fragging insanely right now. But also, I got to give a big shout out to Minty and Northy from the side of Hebron, because they both have 10 assists to their name. Again, those assists, I think actually, you know, don't get enough praise as they should. So again, got to shout out the support coming from, you know, everybody there at Hebron.
Well, Hebron looked for a fast execution through Garage, instead ends up having 2 of their players getting eliminated. Pax does find 1 in return, so it's a 4v3 favoring Gorillas in the mist. As the spike goes down, it is confirmed planted on that C site. We're flooding forward, trying to take over Garage. Pax is getting help from their Omen Mirage, but Mirage took a lot of damage, ends up falling, and instead of pushing on the reload, Pax just leaves the Omen inside snipers in Garage. It's a 2v2 on site, and the Gorillas in the mist will actually be able to flood back in and get the defuse. I think that really was just a timing diff on pressuring in Garage, letting 2 fall as opposed to doing a 1-on-1. That was tragic. Instead of doing a 2-on-1, we ended up with a 1-on-1 twice.
Yeah, you see, then that's interesting, you know, because, you know, Hebron, the way they were playing so aggressively on defense, I thought they were going to come on offense and just, you know, do, you know, shock and awe for the most part. But no, good on the Gorillas just to hold them, again, being able to just shut them down, just to start off in the pistol. Like, granted, it was just a pistol round, but we've already seen the ripple effects that can happen. Again, we've seen Hebron take just a small amount of momentum and then turn it into like a 10-2 spread. I mean, they don't want to return the favor to the Gorillas. You know, you don't want to give them any unnecessary momentum, or you're going to have a comeback on your hands. You know, as wide as this disparity is between the two, it can happen.
Mirage got spotted by the recon bolt, and we had Bob push forward. Choose to disengage, but we have one elimination get traded for another. I'm not going to say Jet's whole name. I'm sorry. It's a lot. You just derped. Yeah, we're just sticking with Jet. Is looking up through sewer, trying to find an opportunity to get a peek onto somebody. I think actually did catch line of sight on one individual, but has to back off. Can't overstay their welcome in one area. Is using an outlaw, which at this stage can still be pretty one-shot deadly. Most often, though, you're going to find yourself pumping 2 shots into people.
I'll be honest, when I use the outlaw, I just automatically drop 2, like off the rip every time. Just boom. Yeah, I don't go for the 1 unless I line up a headshot. Like if I purposely go for the headshot, then of course I'm not gonna throw down to 2. But in any other circumstance, I'm just dropping 2 immediately. And speaking of dropping, it looks like Mirage is gonna drop the spike there onto the C site.
We use the aftershock. We've used flash. Well, we use flashpoint to retake. We're flooding back in currently for our defenders, and Gorillas in the Mist come back, snag the spike. Everyone's eliminated on Hebron High School's team, and they're looking for some weapons to pick up. We've all got Spectres and Stingers right now, but we'd really like something else. But unfortunately, I don't think there is anything else to choose from, my friends.
Yeah, no, that looks pretty much like a full save round coming from Hebron, which is exactly what they needed to do. Getting ready to head into next. They should be able to come through with a decent buy. Some rifles, some shields, and, you know, everything nice as well. With that being said, you know, we're looking at the Gorillas, and they managed to come back with 2 wins going into the second half, and you really can't ask for a better start other than winning the bonus round. This is going to be huge for Gorillas in the Mist. If they want to try and mount a comeback, I think it is a must-win that they get the bonus round.
I think that, or they find at minimum 3 eliminations. Winning a bonus, is, especially on a map like this, is tough ass because we have roadblocks for Gorillas in the Mist fall quite early. Mirage going for the plant over here on C site. Got 2 pushing out from defender spawn. Pax is the one currently watching Garage. There's no action happening there because everyone is looking to pivot out of defender spawn, it looks like. Yeah, maybe Omen's looking to create some pressure and take some attention. Beyond that, we're all flooding out the gates here. From C-Spawn, we have a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1. Never mind, Mirage and Minhan find 1 each, and Northy finds the final kill. That's Hebron High School putting themselves at 11.
Yeah, again, I do feel as though that was a must-win for Gorillas in the Mist, but it's still not over. They still have an opportunity to strike back, and now they actually get to buy themselves. At least they should be able to get up into the rifles, but again, they are looking a little worse for wear in terms of economy. Now, you're looking on the other side for Hebron. You see Minty trying to get lucky with the Bucky, trying to go a little nutty with the Bucky, and then meanwhile, you also have Pax. If I'm not mistaken, I think they came out with a Spectre. So again, you don't have the full buy coming from Hebron, and the Gorillas, you know, again, they're looking a little worse for wear for the most part in their economy as well. So this is still a winnable round here.
Jet is a... Are we about to have Valorant timing take place? I think we are. Jet patiently waited for one person to peek. It was Minty. Has no disengage opportunity, so actually needs one of their teammates to create a little bit of pressure from the main angle outside of B main so that they can disengage from this zone. Finally has their teammate of Sova covering them while everyone from Hebron High is rotating towards that A site. Now we're looking for an execution opportunity. What is going to be the breakpoint? The flood. Hebron High School does have from the shadows, but a well-placed shock dart will eliminate that. We see the Rolling Thunder go through. We have the Point Flash go through. And it looks like a 1-for-1 trade between Preacha. Preacha, never mind, picks down 2. Pax with 1. And that is everyone from Hebron High completely eliminated.
Well played, perfect retake, perfect execution. That is how it's done. Still a long way to go here for Gorillas in the Mist as they get their 5th round win on the board with a nearly flawless retake there on the A site. And now Hebron High School once again are going to have to try and find another avenue in order to get the spike down. However, on the side of Hebron, gotta point out there is that they do have 3 ults at the ready, and I gotta tell you, the Yoru ult as well as Neon's ult are pretty good on the offensive side of the spike.
I mean, we saw them on D on defense, the Dimensional Drift in conjunction with Overdrive from Neon was disgusting in the best way possible. Now, we do have Hunter's Fury online, and I would assume that the Gorillas in the Mist, their KJ also is very close to ult, but there it is. Dimensional Rift is out. We're going to put up the Gate Crash, I think, as well? Maybe? To try and fake someone out? Let's put the fake out. Yeah, the fake out was used. The Gate Crash is also faked. Hunter's Fury from Bobstar, though, takes out Mirage. Overdrive takes out one. Pax goes down to Roblox, and You Just Derped takes down Pax.
And I just love what we're seeing here from Minhan. Again, just literally holding the W key at this point. No, all gas, no brakes, but that's how you got to play as a Neon. That's how you use the ultimate. Still, in my opinion, one of the best ultimates in the game. Well done. Minhan comes away with a 4K and puts their team onto match point. One more win for Hebron, and they punch their ticket to the grand finals.
I'll be honest, they've been struggling here, though, on offense. I think they execute very fast onto a point. They get 1 or 2 kills, but Gorilla in the Mist, that squad, they are used to re-engaging and taking sites. Their protocols are built around the idea of not having all of their members alive for these retakes, and they've been doing it great. Now they have From the Shadows, and they have Lockdown. So once they have a Hebron High has a commitment onto a site, the spike is down. Retake for Gorillas in the Mist is in their favor.
And you can see some intel definitely going the way of Gorillas in the Mist as they're able to pick out 2 players. Now it looks as though Hebron are just going after Gorillas in the Mist, not even giving them a chance to try and look down sight lanes. As now the judge comes out from Derped as they're able to find one before they're traded, and now a 2v1 here. Pele tries to back off around the corner, finds the elim. Now it's a 1v1. Pele could save their team here and now and keep them playing here in the lower finals.
We have to clear out the util that's on top of the spike here. As soon as KJ sees it, we're gonna, yep, there is one. Where's the second piece? Just start clicking it. Click it. You've got to risk it at this point. You're getting shot at. I don't think there's another swarm grenade on the ground. Go for the defuse. We're at the halfway point. You know that team is spamming the spike right now. And yet again, despite the elimination with 6.5 seconds, Gorillas in the Mist are still hanging on.
They are not done yet. Remember, pros don't fake, and neither do Gorillas in the Mist. Pele, once again, coming in with a clutch win to keep their team alive. I mean, it was a great win, but when you're looking at the economy, it still does not look great right now for Gorillas in the Mist. They're coming in again with that bargain buy. We're having the half shields. You got the Guardians out. You got a couple of Vandals in there, yeah, sure. But when you look at Hebron, you know, they're coming completely stacked. But with that being said, you look at Gorillas in the Mist, and they do have the Blade Storm, and it is now online.
Well, that gives them the opportunity to at least give over a gun, but Bobstar and Pele have fallen. You Just Derped also is going to be eliminated, so it's just down to our KJ and our Breach. It's a 2v3. KJ does have Lockdown, which can at least either bait people to a site, well, it can prevent them from being on a site or force them off a site for the defuse. I think that was our Gate Crash actually used, not faked by Yoru. I could be wrong though. He kind of just appeared in front of my face as Spike is officially down. But we're gonna have some Valorant timing if I've ever seen one. All 3 members have stacked out of C main. One hops through. Unfortunately, it was a 1v1 turned into a 2v1. And with that, Hebron High School wins it out.
They're gonna get a second chance, another shot at Am Cheesed. As they punch their ticket to the grand finals. We will, as a matter of fact, be seeing a rematch as, my goodness, Hebron just came out in full force, and leading the way was Minhan with 30 eliminations. Oh my, talk about a top frag. Minhan drops the 30 bomb for the first time today.
Yes, and while this was going to be a rematch for these 2 teams that we'll be able to see later, it is actually going to be our first time, so on broadcast at least, getting to see the matchup that happened. Will history repeat itself? Will Amd Cheese be the victorious once again? I don't know. Honestly, Amd Cheese looked pretty powerful in my opinion, Captain.
Oh, absolutely. But before we get into AM Cheese, we got to go over what just happened in this matchup. My goodness, we had some great plays being made. Hebron, again, just put on a masterclass. Let's check out a couple of the highlights that we got to see throughout the game. I mean, Minhan, again, leading the charge there, able to drop the 30 bomb, getting consecutive eliminations. And anytime that we saw the Neon ult come out, you knew that bodies were following. I mean, Minhan, once again, was literally just all over the map, even breaking out the op, mad dashing, being able to just take on gorillas in the mist in their own territory. And then even when Minhan wasn't leading the charge, you still had Minty, you had Mirage, you had all of these factors just coming in clutch time and time again, and it just resulted in devastation. I don't think there's a simpler way to put it.
Well, let's see if Hebron High can pull out the power that they did here in their next match. As we've said, and we're going to keep this narrative going, it is a rematch. It'll be our first time seeing it on broadcast, but will they be able to go toe-to-toe with Amped Cheese, the team that sent them down here to the lower finals? Well, just stick around and find out. It is going to be happening after this break. We'll come back fresh and ready to go for, I think, what might be our last Val match of the day, or do we have 2 more Val matches today?
Well, I think that's up to Hebron, because if Hebron win, then we get the bracket reset.
Yeah, so if Hebron actually managed to pull this in their favor, if they win the next map, well, then we get a bracket reset and we do another. But if Amped Cheese wins again, our current undefeated squad, well, that'll be the end of the day. We'll have to stick around and find out, though. Be back here in just a few minutes with some more Valorant action.
welcome back again to the Spin September Showcase. We just got to see our lower finals for Valorant, as it was Hebron that managed to take the dub and make their way back into the grand finals after we now have just come back from our break to get our Coca-Cola, make sure that, you know, we're all nice and hydrated and ready to go into our next matchup for the grands. And Nerdy Bird, we get to see a rematch between Cheese and Hebron.
Yes, so AMG is undefeated for our lower finals, sent both those teams down there. So Hebron had to go up against Gorillas in the Mist, and now Hebron, having won that battle, is back up here looking for an opportunity to take down AMG. I feel like AMG is extremely powerful. This could be a one and done map, or because AMG is undefeated, if they lose this map, we go to a second map. So buckle up, grab some Coca-Cola, join us for this match, and we could be here for the long haul, and you're definitely going to want to stay hydrated for that one. I mean, I myself, I've got the Oreo Coca-Cola here on my desk. I've also got another just basic Coca-Cola right next to me. And I do believe that Captain just cracked another cold one. So we are ready to go for this next Valorant matchup. And I'm going to spoil it because this is the first time we get to find out beforehand. I do believe we're going to Lotus. Give me your thoughts on Lotus as a map.
I have loved Lotus since the first day I played on it, and it was at launch, and it's just great. And again, I love that we have another three-sided map, because it was always kind of boggling to me that we had Haven for so long, and Haven was the only three-sided map. So, you know, I'm thinking eventually we're going to get another one, right? And then we did. We've been blessed with Lotus. And Lotus is where I have some of... They're not even spicy takes anymore. At the time when Lotus first came out, they were spicy takes. But now I don't think they're so spicy. I have a lot of thoughts on Lotus. And again, it's just a map that I truly, truly love. And I'm going to wait until we get into the game where you can see live and the examples of the takes that I'm going to make. But again, I don't know what it is about Lotus. I just love it so much. Again, being that it is one of the only other three-sided maps, also, I'm a firm believer that Mound is meta. Beware the Mound.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that, because this is one of the few maps. So there's two maps I will play Initiator on, and Lotus is one. The other one is Sunset. Mainly because my friend hates Sunset, so she, like, doesn't want to play Fade on Sunset, so I get to take over playing Fade on Sunset. But on Lotus, it's like a back and forth. One of us will be playing Gecko. And so I'm a firm believer in throwing Wingman from Mound to go get the plant and then just standing there and waiting.
And you see, now that you bring up Sunset, is like, again, I guess this is going to be a little bit of a weird take, but it's just kind of like how my mind operates. When I play on Sunset, it kind of gives off the vibe of Ascent mixed with Split. Like that's what I think of when I'm on Sunset. It makes my mind think of like Ascent and Split just kind of like crash together. Again, it's weird, but that's just the way my mind is operating there whenever I'm on Sunset.
I just think the map's too gosh darn small. I feel like mid control is paramount, and if you don't have someone who has good smokes, you're up a creek. And I don't 5-stack in Valorant, so me and my duo, we just pray that we have a decent controller when we're on that map, because if you don't have a good controller, you're gonna be in a lot of pain. Normally on that one, she'll sometimes play Reyna. Predominantly will play the Cypher, and I feel like Cypher is extremely powerful on 3-point maps and on Sunset. Like, you see Cypher and you just know, and you walk away. So I anticipate we're going to see the Cypher and we're going to see the Gecko. Now, there also is the alternative of the Cypher. Instead, we do a hot swap and we have a chamber instead. That's another variation I've seen, but I do think the Gecko is going to be a staple on both sides. I think we'll see a KJ on both sides. As far as the initiators go, and the one of the two Sentinels, I do think will be a KJ. Now, Duelist, kind of up in the air, but I see more people lean towards the favor of the Raze and maybe a Jet. Not so much the Neon Yoru, but we might see Neon Yoru, considering it is, I'm going to mispronounce their high school name. We're not reading it. What's the high school's name again?
Hebron.
Hebron. I was about to say something completely different with an H. Yeah, so Hebron High, I think we might see the Neon Yoru. That could work, but I do think Raze is better.
Oh, 100% agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about Lotus, like, and again, you know, when we're talking about Jet versus Raze, when I think Lotus, I think Raze. Like that's my go-to, and it looks as though, you know, both of our predictions nearly came out right, because the Raze definitely in play, and they were hovering the chamber. They thought about it, and instead they decided to go the other way there for their controller. They're going to go with Clove, but you know, we're going to be looking at the other side now, and I think your predictions are coming through as well, as Minhan, once again, they're hovering that Neon.
I'm a little interested by the double controller here, but again, we didn't see I'm McCheesed on in this matchup previously, so perhaps they felt as though they need the double controller gameplay here. I am akin to seeing it here, not as much as I've seen it in the past for a double controller on Lotus. It works, but I was more anticipating a Sentinel over the double controller. So basically, Initiator, Sentinel, Controller, Duelist, one of each pretty much. And on the opposite side, we've got one Senti, one Controller, double Duelist, and one Initiator. I'm a little hesitant to say either composition is stronger. Honestly, I think the defense is decent with the double controller. But there's double blinds coming out for, well, technically triple if you want to count Paranoia as well. It's just Paranoia gives you a warning beforehand as opposed to Point Flash and Yoru's Flash coming through. I think that might be able to overcome the double controller composition coming out from Am Cheese.
And you know that those are also some of the points that I was going to make, is that, yeah, you know, you're looking at Hebron and they're coming out with the double Duelist and, you know, foregoing that double Initiator. And, you know, for a map like Lotus, I would want to go double Initiator because there's so many walls, there's so many corners. You got to be able to entry and you got to be able to get those flashes out. However, with Minty on the Yoru, you know, has amazing entry, and so does Neon in that regard. But Minty with the blinds, I think, is going to be a great way to entry while still having another Duelist. But meanwhile, you know, you're looking on the other side with their double controller comp, which I'm biased towards because I like the double controller comp, and Viper is actually my favorite agent in the game. So any composition that has Viper in it, I'm automatically going to be biased towards because they're my favorite agent. And with that being said, you know, the developers, Riot themselves, had actually said that Viper is a pseudo controller in the sense that they have also Sentinel tendencies. So you're looking at Viper, who is the pseudo controller who can, you know, fill in the role somewhat as a Sentinel. And you also have Clove, who has, I think, Duelist capabilities as well. I think they do have Duelist tendencies. And right now, Hebron, I mean, they're taking their double Duelist comp, and they are making a run of it here in the pistol round.
Well, you have to fast execute and continue to forward push because you lack the controller util. You're relying on your Omen. You can't use util early and then engage with your Omens. Well, like, you can't let Omen have to use util and then engage as Duelist and then prey on Omen's util again because it won't be back. So you have to engage fast and then let Omen use it, which is exactly what Minhan did. Who's going to be the first person to get an ace here in this game in round one. Got a 3-player execution outside near Rubble, pushed forward, found another, and then finally at the end of Staircase takes care of the KJ. So I know what you're saying and what you're talking about. Like, even Vice, the newest agent that just got added, is a Sentinel with Initiator utility. It's a side effect of games as they get older. They need to diversify a bit more in what a role is. Like, they can't be as strict about the abilities of a role. Other first-person shooters are falling victim to it as well, where the lines begin to become blurred because of the util abilities, because of the uniqueness of characters. They become very niche and very built around a certain style of play that isn't just Initiator, Controller, or Duelist. However, Minhan is playing Neon to a T of being a Duelist, taking as much space as physically possible after the initiation util of the flash is being used and holding to it. Because look at this, we had a 100% commitment from Amd Cheese on A site with a full planned retake, and if they conga line into Minhan like this, we're gonna have a problem. Because look, Minhan round 2 has already committed to a Phantom and now is using Overdrive.
I think that was the first time I think I see the Overdrive shut down from Minhan. Normally, you know, they just go absolutely bananas, but I really don't think it's going to matter too much. That spike continues to tick away. Hebron, they have, you know, the buying power going into this round. There's not going to be much of a retake. But speaking about retakes on C, one of those spicy takes that I had mentioned earlier is that I think, in my opinion, that C site on Lotus is the hardest retake in the game, in my opinion.
I actually would argue otherwise. I only say that because you have C main to go through. You can come from water, and you can come from CT. So you've got 3 points of entry, which is pretty standard for a lot of maps. Because you can look at it, you think about it. It's very, very similar to how A site looks over on Haven. It's just flipped upside down on itself. So I do think the retake is there. It's just you have to have the retake util. If you didn't time your util usage properly for the disengagement when you're the defensive team and you don't have flashes for retake, that is where it becomes a Herculean task to take care of.
Well, here we are. It looks as though Hebron is going to try and take C site again. But keep in mind, we are in round 3. Cheesed should have been able to buy up, and it looks like they are. The Viper here has the Vandal in hand. They're going to be a little lurky-turkey in the corner, but no one is going to commit from Hebron just yet. You can see the spike making its way back to attacker spawn as they group up once again on Mound. Remember, Mound is meta.
I believe in Mountain Supremacy as we have Viper spray through the smoke, take care of Minty. We see the swarm grenades go out, but I don't think they're fully aware that we have one standing up. No, we are aware that they are on top of boxes, but despite the aftershock coming through and the fault line, Viper drops down, gets 2, and then gets the follow-up kill on the 3rd.
I actually loved that coming from the Viper there on Cheese. I mean, you know, the breach comes through is like, okay, we're going to force you out of your spot. And Viper, you know, bet. Okay, let's go then. And then they jumped out from the boxes, find a 2-piece, and they just clean up. And Cheese will get on the board for the first time here on Lotus.
Oh, okay. Neon's gonna lurk forward through B main, possibly look at door, try to get some intel out. Is actually going to pull up the fast lane, take care of the utility that was set out by the KJ as Pit themselves gets taken care of by Minty. However, this poison cloud going up. We find Viper picking up a 2-piece, invulning multiple other members, but I think was solo holding, so the invulnerability is going to be expired by the time other people make it over to C side.
Yeah, playing around that rotating door there, as you can see the raise from Cheese is going to get hit by the little alarm bot. Throw out the jump pack. Trying to play the corners here with the KJ, but it's not going to go in their favor as it will be Pax to find the elimination. And now only Gecko remains. The unofficial Pokemon trainer of Valorant finds the head click, throws out the Dizzy. Not sure if it was able to connect. They do get flashed in process, trying to rotate back around as the spike continues to tick down. Gonna throw out the wingman. Gonna try and stick the shot, and it will land. Cheesed are gonna come in clutch to tie us back up.
All right, remember that was round 4. That's where Valorant really begins. And I think the retake was well executed, especially from the get-go. I think the one thing that was wrong was Raze not waiting for that flash utility, the blind. We had Dizzy like almost ready to go, and Raze unfortunately solo swung, dry swinging without utility into a 1-on-2 instead of waiting for Gecko and the util, because it would have been much more fair, 2v2, plus Dizzy being used, full blind possibly on one, if not both players, and identifying relative locations, would have been massive.
Another great round in the books here in the grand finals. As now we go into round 5. All is fair, all is square. Spike going to be making its way over towards that C site. Meanwhile, you do have a split push. You do have 2 over there towards A. 1 hovering mid. That's Minty. It's going to be looking for a cheeky pick here, but they're not going to find one. Instead, Ron is going to find one on Mirage.
Northie is going to pick up their teammates Deagle and walk away. Minty jiggle picking here through B main. Instead, Gecko's actually going to rotate out. We do see that diagonal piece going over towards A side, and I think we just had Pit get a collat, so 1+1 equaling 2, and then Ray's finding the Yoru. It is just Northy left standing here over by Rubble, gets eliminated by the Viper. If you would like a Deagle, go grab it. You can skin shop a little bit sometimes, but here you only get one option. But still, it's a gun upgrade from the Classic for your sidearm, and it's faster than reloading.
It most certainly is. Cardinal rule is to always switch to your secondary because it is in fact faster than reloading. But now we get an opportunity to go into our rifle round, as it looks like it's going to be a full buy coming from both sides. You do have that one half shield on Minhan, but I don't think they're going to be worried too much about that. I mean, in the long run, yeah, definitely, if you can upgrade to the full shield. But Minhan has done a lot more with a lot less, as we are getting this next round, round 6, underway.
Okay, so what I feared was going to happen happened. We're using Dimensional Rift here from Minty. When Dimensional Rift, and Ron is getting a 4-piece combo, will we let Ron get the fit? We're going to. That's an ace for Ron from Amped Cheese. Okay, so let me backtrack here. Ron, you popped off, fabulously done, but I really need to harp on this point. What ultimate do you see that Amped Cheese has that Dimensional Rift is highly useful against?
I'll be honest, like when we're talking about Lotus, you know, again, Yoru's not even a pick for me. It's always just, you know, Raze as far as I'm concerned. So to be honest, you know, again, I really don't see it. You know, so, I don't see the Yoru pick, you know, being, I mean, don't get me wrong, it can work.
It can, but what I feel like Yoru's strength brings to the table is what we're about to deal with. We're gonna have Viper's Pit online, and Dimensional Rift we can literally use to tell us where Viper is inside the Viper's Pit and kill it. Instead, we used it last round without Viper having used their ultimate, so now we have to circumvent that without an information gathering ult. And we have Ron, who gets killed, has to activate the not dead yet. Pit will find one. I think Ron is now standing there praying that these 3 seconds expire before their timer does, and I think they may actually barely make it out by the skin of their teeth to survive. So now Viper's Pit, I mean, like, we can use it to turn this into a 2-point map, or we can use it for retake. Either way, Yoru needs to get the ult online to help counter that, because we have nothing to counter that one. We don't have a Thrash that can go through it to go and hinder the Viper, because we don't have Gecko. We don't have any form of util gathering abilities, such as like a recon bolt, which sometimes you see here, and we don't have a haunt. So now that we have this activated and we're committing to the C site, never mind, Minhan will make me eat my words and just immediately eliminate the Viper because we were not fully in the gas cloud yet.
Yeah, I know no one's gonna believe this, but I was actually thinking just send in Minhan, you know, with the neon, like just have them just, you know, just dash right on in. I mean, in hindsight, you know, clearly that's what happened, but now finally Minhan does get eliminated. This Gecko literally one shot on the side of Am Cheese as the spike continues to tick away here on the C site. Minty able to put an end to the Gecko, and now only Raze remains, and I think it might be best for them just to save that Vandal.
I second the idea of saving the Vandal, but we're gonna go in, play for the tap. But as you mentioned earlier, Mound Supremacy, we are too far for. Our only option is literally to push into enemy territory past Mound into a zone of non-safety. We gave ourselves away, and we don't even make it out of the explosion zone from the spike. Honestly, that should have been a call from the team, the mid-round shot caller saying, hey, save, just save. Yes, Amped Cheese is up by 2 rounds, but every amount of economy, I think, counts.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, and I agree 100%, especially when it comes to the economy. You know, I'm very stingy, so when it comes to, you know, nickel and diming my way to victory, I'm definitely gonna do it. So I waste not is the best way I can phrase it. But with that being said, you know, we're looking at Am Cheese, and you know, they're playing cool, calm, and collected. Like, they only have a 2-round lead. It's not a big lead, but you can tell they're not phased. They're still playing their game, and they are doing so successfully. I think this is a team that is very experienced, and I think they are very confident. So yes, you know, you could be, you know, having these shout outs, you know, coming from within the team, you know, having these calls being made, and at the same time, you're going to have players that just say, you know, F it, we ball.
I respect the ballers, that is for sure. As we have lost the Viper, we're going to use the gate crash to make sure we're back inside tree. We almost make it through the doorway, but not quite. Ron still has this metal, which if we identify there's multiple people here, and Ron had lived would have been huge. Instead, we hit the lockdown. We hear that door opening, meaning people are evacuating the zone. But here's where things get great, is we have Wingman on the defuse, which means we get to take space. We get to be the frontline force while we protect wings, Mr. President. And Minty, yes, you get an exit frag of 2, but it won't be enough to stop the defuse, and that puts Ammed Cheese at 3 rounds in the lead with 6.
Yeah, and that's why Gecko here on Lotus, for the most part, is meta. Again, having that wingman just being able to either plant or defuse, and then having that extra gun up is just so beneficial for both planting and in defending. Is just so clutch to have that extra wingman there to either plant or defuse spike. You love to see it. And again, Gecko proving why they have been just a namesake here on Lotus.
Oh, that's Ron and Raze and company getting 3 down. Minhan does take care of the Viper over on B side, who's solo holding there with some help from the KJ util. We got the one-way smoke here up just past Mound near C site. Minhan trying to bait one extra person out on B. We haven't committed to a location yet, but our defense on C site is pushing forward, and you can see our defender from A site is also encroaching on this offensive space, is worked through a lobby, and is now going to have line of sight here very soon on Minhan. If Minhan doesn't turn around, they're going to be eliminated.
Yep, well, there you have it. Ron able to come away with a 3K to end the round. Going into round number 11, Ammed Cheese with a 4-round lead in their favor. Ult economy, though, Hebron, they are going to have the Omen ult as well as the Dimensional Drift. Meanwhile, you do have the Showstopper coming from the Rays on Ammed Cheese. And to be honest, we've seen the ults come out, for sure, but we haven't really seen any monumental plays yet, being utilized by the Ultimates. And again, I just think Hebron can definitely take this 2-ult combo and turn it into a round win if they use them correctly.
At first, when you're like, we haven't seen monumental plays, I got real confused. I was like, excuse you? We've seen 2 aces, and they said off the backs of ults. I'm like, yeah, no, that's true. We really haven't. We've just seen raw aim really be the hero of the day thus far, especially in this map. So we have Pax trying to clear out rubble with those nanoswarms as we have the Viper utility. That toxic screen is fully up, making it harder for the offense to push past rubble.
Yeah, Minhan slowly but surely making their way to C, and you can see the spike right back on attacker spawn. Going to be taking the slow rotation back around, and now the push onto the C site, pushing all the way through, but this Viper knows exactly where Minhan is as they force their way onto the platform. Minhan going to be looking towards Waterfall. The shadow there, the smoke, going to be blocking all view. Tries to take a couple of blind shots, not going to be good. Mirage now does get the plant down, and it will be going into post plant here on the C site as Minhan does manage to find the Viper.
Pit, don't worry, I too am hanging in there. Minhan taking down Pit as we're talking about the cute spray, and Ron falls, Northy falls. Gecko will be eliminated. Mirage is going to also be eliminated. It's a 3v1. Ammed Cheese struggling with just the Raze. Does have Showstopper. Finds one. We're in a 2v2. If we can get this extra elimination here, theoretically could swap to that ultimate for the Showstopper and use that as a chance to get this defuse. But we're running out of time. We are in the latter half of this spike defuse, and he tries to fake it out with the blast pack. Pax reading him like a book, though, and finding the elimination after they popped out of the ruse.
Yeah, I'll give it to Raze. I mean, it looked cool,
It did.
like the play looked really cool. I enjoyed it, but I guess the KJ Pax, they just weren't as impressed as I was because they called it out, like you said, read the play like a pop-out book and was able to get the final elimination. And now, for the first time in what feels like a long time, we're seeing Ammed Cheese with a broken bye, you would call that.
We've also seen Hebron High School with a broken bye and still made it work. I see the vision on both sides. The question is, can they follow through? As we have Dimensional Rift being used currently by Minty to get in. Also use the fake out. Finds the elimination onto Viper. There was one other elimination as well onto someone from Hebron High School, so we're equal on both sides. Now, Showstopper from the shadows. Hebron, who's on attack, has from the shadows, but the Showstopper to regain space could be huge, and it is. We take out Mirage. We're in a 4v3. The ruse is up. We have no flashes for Hebron High currently, as Minty is just all the way in, not using them, and gets punished for it.
Yeah, and then once again, it's everybody's favorite trusty sidekick Wingman coming in clutch to get that defuse. Again, just having that extra gun up is just so insanely clutch, especially when you're trying to retake on C, that all of a sudden, you know, what once was an advantage for the offense becomes an advantage for the defense, is now Am Cheesed is able to once again get a 4-round lead. As it looked like, it does seem as though that we are going to be taking a technical pause, as now we get a moment, we get a breather, you know, we get to calm down a little bit. Remember, this is the grand finals, and I want to say now we should be heading into the second half. Sounds about right.
We're getting really close. Now, you've been able to ask me questions. My turn to ask you questions. Who's your second favorite agent? Not your first favorite, your second.
Okay, so this is still the nerdy bird at Soka show, but now we're actually on camera. Great. All right, my second favorite agent, Cypher. Honestly, Cypher actually was my very first main in Valorant. So they hold a special place in my heart, and I was literally over the moon when they finally buffed Cypher. Like, it was long overdue, and now Cypher has become, you know, not only back in the rotation, but in on a lot of maps and a lot of instances, they have become the meta. So yeah, Cypher, 100% my second favorite agent.
All right, I respect the Cypher. I suck at Cypher, but I love Cypher because I adore information, and my Cypher player, i.e. my best friend, always gets me a lot of intel. Or she plays Fade, and I love Fade. But we don't get any Cypher. We actually get my main squeeze in here on Amp's Cheese. My #1 pick is typically the go-to is Clove. When it comes to duelist, I will play ISO or Yoru. Yoru was my first duelist. ISO is my current go-to just because I feel like ISO is a little broken. But right now, I feel like Hebron High School is showing us why Neon might need to be a little bit nerfed, because 100% accuracy while sliding, which we haven't seen a lot of kills while sliding yet today on screen, is so frustrating to cope with, and I'm pretty sure that everyone from Hebron High is aware that their Neon's a force to reckon with. But Ron is also a force to be reckoned with, finding a 2K, but Minhan comes in, takes out Ron. Pit will find one, and then after all the exchange to gunfire, we are down to a 3v1. It is just Minhan. I don't know how you're gonna survive this one. And we have the ruse go up in time to prevent us from seeing the Wingman round the corner to the tree. That's Viper getting that final. And the round goes over to Amped Cheesed.
Yeah, and that's the pistol round right there, and that's the way you want to start off the second half if you're Am Cheese. Again, I don't think they're going to be wasting any rounds here. I think they're going to go right for the jugular and try and end things here and now. And again, one of my other particularly maybe spicy, maybe not so spicy takes, or as I like to call them, perfectly mid, you know, perfectly mid takes, is that Lotus is offensive sided. I think it's been offensive sided. I think it's favored the offensive side of the spike since it has come into the rotation, and I still think that holds up today. So now that Am Cheese is on the offensive side of the spike, you know, I am nervous even more still for Hebron, as Minhan does find an early pick.
So I actually believe that Lotus is pretty equal sided. However, I believe personally that whatever sidedness a map has is genuinely dependent on who is playing it. Like, there are players that are like, just wait till the second half, wait till the second half. They don't do well first half regardless of if they start on offense or defense. They really need to get acclimated. Basically, they need to condition the enemy team and themselves for each other's playstyles before they can pop off. Like, we just saw Gecko get our first blood here. We haven't really seen our Gecko do that much this early until the second half of the map. And we're getting the perfect timing on initiation. Util coming in, followed with a Viper pick. Yes, Mirage. Mirage has been popping off all day long. It's a classic kill. But I like the idea that every team can have the opportunity to be a second half team. And that's where I go for, is just, doesn't matter map type, it matters player type.
Absolutely agree. And then not to mention, it is also pleasant that we went into the second half without a 9-3. Meanwhile, Pitt finds not one, but 2 eliminations. And now Rays looking to get the final, but no, Pitt comes away with the 3K to win the day. And Am Cheese will be the first to hit the double digits.
I also kind of had wished we'd saw a returned favor of the 5K that occurred on our first round from Mahan from someone else on Am Cheese on the offensive attempt. That would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, but you know, Am Cheese, like I said, I don't think they're worried about it too much. They're literally just going for the dub here. I think they are just focused in on winning this grand final and doing it quickly, as they are only 3 short rounds away from being your grand champions here today. And now they are held up here on A main.
What's scary is that we have multiple players that have opted to buy the Vandal and not get any form of shields here for Hebron High School, and I don't think this was really because they could not afford shields. They should have bought Spectres or, you know, just gone with Classics again, but instead they're overbuying to compensate for this lack of round advantage. And I understand wanting to do that, but truthfully, I think you are setting yourself up on a very steep cliff when you do that, rather than having a safety net, because overbuying now means that next round, where we're even closer to match point, or if you just ecoed this round, you can pull things back in your favor, it's going to get a lot harder, and you're not even going to be, you're going to have to buy even less. We're talking maybe no shields and maybe just a classic next round, as opposed to light buying this round and full buying next round. You get a half buy round and no buy round.
Yeah, essentially you're turning a round into a round that wasn't necessarily a must-win into a must-win round. Because
yes.
then you, like you had mentioned, you set yourself up for failure. Or not necessarily for failure, but you just make it a much more difficult time going into next. Meanwhile, you can see Minhan actually able to come through with an elimination. Pax is able to follow, and now this Lurky Turkey Viper is all that remains. And time is definitely not on their side. This should be a round going the way of Hebron, as the Viper does find one, has a snake bite, but again, there's just simply no time left.
And the ruse gets put up by our Clove as well here from Am Cheese, and I think saving was the better play there coming from Am Cheese. Now, Hebron High School, you did make me eat my words a little bit, I will admit, but you did something extremely risky, buying up the full ARs with no shields to speak of on that last round. Now, Ron is the only individual who can't full buy this round, and truthfully, if I were in Ron's shoes, this is like, you don't need to full buy. Your team's not at the edge of the river of sticks right now, whereas Hebron's squad is. You could just buy a sheriff and full shields and then play the pickup gun game with your team. Pick up someone else's weapon. I promise you, someone on the side of Hebron High does have a gun that you could take. Instead, we're going to make it so that if we do die this round, we are broke next round. That's never good either. I like numbers and I like the economy in this game. Don't break it, please.
Yeah, gamble with your life, never your money, right? As they continue to push on forward, and now it's going to be a full push on towards that C site. I mean, they are stacked, 5 stacked. As a matter of fact, onto the C site, the KJ util does come out, trying to hold off the aggression. Minhan has taken a lot of damage already, but they managed to find an elimination onto Ron. Now will activate the overdrive, pushing even further still. And there's that slide that you love so much, Dirty Bird.
I'm telling you, 100% accuracy with it's ridiculous, but there's just trades left and right. The defuse is coming out from Mirage. I mean, like, that was absolutely horrendous. 8 people pass away in the exchange fire during that slide, I feel like, in the moment thereafter, leaving 2 standing for Hebron High School. Now, I know Am Cheese, their economy is okay. Aside from Ron, this is why I said, don't buy, pick up a gun. But now, because of that, when one person can't buy, odds are someone else, they're just going to opt to not buy across the board. They'll force save. I do think the one person that could hero buy is our KJ. And not the top frag, funny enough, for Am Cheese. But we're going to opt for 2 buys anyway. Hebron High, though, with only 2 players left standing, is also pretty broke, so we're in the same financial situation on both sides, but Minty is going to make the best out of the worst situation, find 1 elimination, but is quickly traded out thereafter.
KJ looking pretty hit in the corner here, only with 40 health remaining. That initial shot from Ron landed, and now Viper able to catch them. Neon napping there on the flank. I don't think they expected for them to guard the flank, but honestly, Viper also is pretty keen to keeping out for the flanks as well. Again, they are one of the more lurkier agents. Another reason why I love them so much is now the attacker lockdown is going to go out as well.
And we have Mirage, who's opting to walk into their own dark cover, try to find these elims, gets 3, but I think is going to be detained. I think Mirage going for that hero play was huge, but the unfortunate truth is that their breach was detained. However, Pit doesn't know where breach was detained, which was right outside the entrance. Yikes, check your angles, Pit. You're going to see that in the replay later on when your team does a VOD review that, yeah, you didn't check that angle and you got punished for it. And I'm pretty sure Northy, like, was freaking out internally and then goes, no way, as they just watched KJ walk past them and into water. Yep, there we go. There is the timeout.
Oh, no.
Not checking your angles, this means a timeout needs to be called. Shout out to either the team leads, the IGLs, or the coach, whomever said we need to call this timeout, because oof, that is one way for your team to tilt for sure. And just, it is such a root mechanic that you need to have down, especially at this level, that not having it and that happening is kind of terrible.
My goodness. I mean, we got to see it, you know, because again, we're in the spectators box, but you know, to be that player, I mean, yes, in Valorant, you know, it's like you yell it from the rooftops to check your corners. Oh, check your corners. But this is the problem, is that wasn't a corner, that was literally the corner. That was the corner. If there was any other corner to check, it's that one. You know, like that is the one that you don't even think about it. You just instinctually check that corner. Like that is the go-to corner. And it's the one time they didn't check it. The one time. And it just came back and, you know, it bit them in the end. But I guarantee they're not going to make that mistake again.
Well, the funny part is that KJ would have died had Breach not been in lockdown, like not been detained. So one way or another, not checking that corner ultimately was KJ's doom. I digress. I doubt it'll happen again. We have Minhun with the operator. We do see the smoke screen has gone up. The toxic screen is currently up, which is going to allow safe passageway across trouble. But now if someone peeks at the wrong time, we're going to get punished. We get nicked down to 28 health. Ron hits the not dead yet. It's going to bait the off shot. We use Dizzy. Minhun can't see a thing. We use the metal around the corner. Just spam it. Yes, Ron is not dead. Comes in and is managing to take down the operator.
And again, one of my perfectly mid takes, and I even said this about Clove. Clove has duelist tendencies, and I think their ultimate, being the not dead yet, is very reminiscent of Run It Back. Clearly not the same thing, different circumstances, but at the same time, you know, a little similar in that regard. And of course, Run It Back would be Phoenix's ultimate, you know, and again, Phoenix is a duelist. So that's my perfectly mid take. That again, that ability alone kind of gives him like a pseudo duelist type of a vibe, I guess.
I 100% agree. Plus, because it has a timer on it, to get the most value out of it, you need to rush forward and claim space. So it makes it gives a duelist element to Clove as a controller. But beyond that, it forces you to move out of the safety zone of being the inside of your team type of player to be in the front line, which does turn you into that duelist yet again when you're playing Clove, especially during Not Dead Yet. I do like the ability of having Metal. I feel like Metal is one of the most disturbing abilities of a controller that exists, because like it has a wide splash range. I think Invuln is scarier than getting hit with fire by the volley from Brimstone. Because you just dodge the fire. You take a little bit of damage, that's fine. But you're invuln. Once you're smacked with that, if someone runs it down at you, you are praying that you don't get nicked, because you are like 25 health, I think. And it's not fun.
Hey, if you get nicked by it, you're not gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a bad time. And speaking of, you know, we're going into this next round here, and Hebron have 4 ultimates at the ready.
They do, and they just so happen to be the 4 players that are still standing. To that, I also say in response, though, Thrash. Showstopper. Those two combined can wipe out quite a few players. I mean, yes, we do have Dimensional Drift, what we saw earlier, but we typically have that in conjunction for initiation util. I don't think using it here is advantageous, considering the Viper is dead. There is no need to clear out smokes, so that is what we've seen it used for in the past, or in conjunction with Minhan, who's using Overdrive. Minhan's currently dead. We have the lockdown, though, which can be used to buy us time. We have From the Shadows to get information. Probably don't need it here. But then we have Rolling Thunder to also buy time to prevent a defuse, to retake to get the defuse here. I think that'll be huge. We'll have to wait and see. But Amped Cheese is being advantageous, hitting the Showstopper first, and that's 2 kills for Raze, and 1 for each of the still standing teammates.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Cheese has now pushed themselves onto match point and are 1 game away from bringing from being your Spin September Showcase Grand Champions. I mean, they have definitely gone through the bracket today nearly unscathed. But I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, you know, looking back at the bracket, this is the closest match that they have had all day.
Yeah, they've been popping off. I mean, also, you know, playing for so many hours. Parents, if you're watching, yes, your student, your kid, your gamer, they can play for hours on end at home, but being in an organized state of play for multiple hours on end does become very taxing. It is a lot of mental stamina, a lot of mental work that has to go into it. So at this point, they're starting to get tired. They need to wrap this up quick and put a bow on it for sure before the exhaustion starts to show.
Here we are, Spike making its way over towards the A site, and Toxic Screen is up as they are going to follow in from Amped Cheese. Meanwhile, you have Minhan, who is right on the other side of that destroyable wall. Actually, no, Minhan's going for the long flank. I apologize. That's the Omen behind that wall. As now the utility goes out. Thrash is out as well. You had called it earlier. Once Thrash comes out, that is going to be dangerous. Minty also using the Dimensional Drift, or Dimensional Rift, to try and find an opening as the trades are being taken, and now Pax throwing out the lockdown.
And Wings did get down that spike as well. I think we even picked back up Thrash, which could make it very difficult for Hebron High to get in here and try to get a defuse. But Ron from Amped Cheese has been detained. Minhan is on the hunt and is begging for their life, but there is no point. That is going to be another round to Hebron High School, putting themselves at a scoreline of 8. I think KJ honestly should be the one to get the defuse because their ult costs way more than yours, Yoru. But that's just my hot take on that one. To all my KJ friends, I'm sorry. I always will vouch for you getting the spike defuse over a duelist. We're within 4 rounds. This is a lot closer than I think Amped Cheese had hoped for, and it goes back to losing that round where we used lockdown on C-Site and we left one of the members of Hebron High School alive in a corner while detained. So, unfortunately, this is kind of their own doing. And when you're in 4 rounds, things can start to go south very quickly for Amped Cheese here if they're not careful, considering how the ults are starting to stack up for Hebron High School.
Yeah, speaking of not careful, you can see they're going to be throwing a lot of their focus onto B. Looks like that's where the attention is going to be. But look at Minhan. They're there. They're waiting. They suspect this. And they're just really playing a dangerous game, because that's the thing about B, is that you have so many entry points. We're talking about, the entry points on C, but when you're looking at B, you got 4 different entry points. You literally have a rotating wall where you can quickly rotate to C. Again, there's just so much elimination potential when trying to take B. I think, yes, it's an easy plant, but it's also just as easy as a retake.
I just prefer to avoid using B-site, but I mean, if you're Amped Cheese, you've got double controller. You could theoretically go with B-site because of that, but no, we're gonna fake B, rotate more towards A. We have the smoke over on drop. Wingman's going for that spike plant. We're walking into stairs. We get 1 elimination on the northy. Wingman confirms the plant as Minhan's being boxed in over at drop, but I don't know if Ron is aware we're gonna swing into this, and Minhan will get the better of the crosshair placement on that engagement.
Yeah, Minhan has definitely been stepping up in a major way to try and keep their team alive, as now we have ourselves a 2v2. Spike continuing to tick away. They fake the defuse and they're able to find Pit. And now only the Raze remains. Does get one of you and finds the second. No way to win the game. Raze from Am Cheese able to clutch up the 2v1 and get the dub.
Wow. Well executed, Raze, pun intended. That was huge. Our second frag, top frag, did end up going to Minhan. Minhan absolutely decimated, but this just goes to show that even if you're the match MVP, it does not always guarantee that you are going to be the actual winner of the game. At the end of the day, it does end up going over to Amd Cheese. Congratulations, Amd Cheese.
I mean, my goodness, we got to run those plays back again. I need we have got to just run this back, because my goodness, both of these teams honestly have just put on a masterclass.
They did, but of course, you know, the gods do bleed and people do make mistakes, so bear that in mind. These players are on their upward swing. They're getting better. This is a high school tournament after all, and so to anyone who's curious, yes, that means that these players haven't even locked into college yet and are going to be the next big things in the future. Awesome to see what they bring to the table today and what they bring to the table in the future. Across the board, fabulous gameplay. I love seeing the adaptations take place in both Valorant, but also in Super Smash that we saw earlier. Adaptability is the name of the game, I feel like, across the board, regardless of what title you play in.
Oh, absolutely. And not to mention, we got to see that improvement in real time. Like, we're talking about how these student athletes, they're still so young and they still have so much, you know, to grow and get better. And they are going to be the up and coming stars of the next generation of esports. And that's why I love events like these so much, is because you give an opportunity for these student athletes to display their talents, and you also give them a chance to put their talents on display for potential college scouts. Yes, college scouts do watch these programs. They are looking for their next #1 draft picks, and they very well could be looking at these players here today. But with that being said, I mean, it has just been an all day, just monumental display of talent coming from such young student athletes. Again, I could not even fathom being like, it just proves to me that how bad I really am, because again, I'm like double these kids' age, and yet they are just playing on a completely other level.
Leave it to the young ones to take care of it. We just get to talk about how cool they look and make sure that the world that is watching gets to find out about exactly just how cool they are. I mean, and when we see them next time, I will probably see most of these players again. They'll be doing even better, so it'll just make us feel even worse, you know, in the future broadcasts that we get to have with them. But at the end of the day, Amd Cheesed, I wonder if they'll change their team name, or if Cheesed is going to be in there no matter what, is going to be our victors for Valorant. And we named our 3 champions for Smash as well earlier today. And tomorrow we get to name some Rocket League champions for the weekend, as well as Overwatch. But beyond that, I do believe that is all the gaming action we get to bring to the table today.
Oh, absolutely. But still, with that being said, we couldn't have made this happen, or couldn't have got this done without our wonderful sponsors. Again, Coca-Cola Oreo. I mean, it's here. Okay, we got Coca-Cola Oreo. This is not a drill. Again, Coca-Cola Creations has dipped into its bag of tricks and has pulled off a best of both worlds experience in a cosmic collaboration with Oreo. The limited edition Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available now. Take a trip with us to your local convenience store today and experience this match made in heaven while it lasts.
Thank you so much to Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola Oreo. And also thank you to Stay Plugged In. Stay Plugged In is the leading esports recruiting platform in the country, and creating an account and competing in these showcases is free. A free account will allow you to search for college esports programs, build your personal esports brand, and gain competitive experience by competing in Stay Plugged In online recruitment events just like these. Plus, if you want to take a step further, our Platinum plan, which costs less than a Twitch monthly subscription, will make make your search for colleges become even easier. You can use your Spin profile to keep track of your searches for colleges, work with your Spin recruiting specialist to create a personalized plan of action, and narrow down the search to schools that make sense for you, as every student's wants and needs for schools are different, and message college esports recruiters directly through the Spin website and invite them to watch you compete in the next Spin event that you are attending. Visit staypluggedin.com. Again, that's staypluggedin.com, and start your journey to collegiate esports today.
Yeah, also got to keep in mind, if you're going to participate in esports, you're going to want to look your best. You're going to want to have the best drip. I'm talking about Emerge Apparel. You have got to come correct when you come to any event. The esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for owners and directors of new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs. Let Emerge take the burden of merchandising off your hands. Organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their organization. That's right, with Emerge Storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of their proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. With a Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep inventory or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. Replace stress with revenue. Visit emergeapparel.gg. That is emergeapparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today.
Now, once your team, your students, your fans are all geared up in their swag, Spin can provide your program a great space to compete so you can look good and play good from a well-balanced and awesome location. Providing your students with the right equipment, software, and network can set your team apart from any competition. Stay Plugged In can help guide you through the physical design and layout of your institution's esports space, and ultimately construct the lab itself to help you engage more students through STEM learning, community building, and more. Send an inquiry to rene@staypluggedin.gg. Again, that's rene@staypluggedin.gg to find out more. Let's build something great together with Spin STEM Labs.
And speaking of Spin, you know, there is still a lot to be had with the Spin Showcase. So don't forget as well that we do have the Spin Showcase. As a matter of fact, today was the September Spin Showcase. So again, Spin Showcase. Again, it's going to be an $1,100 prize pool. That, of course, was that was going to be on the 12th. It's going to be October 12th, 2024 for Valorant and Smash. Sign up now. Again, registration is open. Be sure to register for that $1,100 prize pool. And then not to mention, there is another showcase on, I believe, the 13th of October, the following day, October 13th, 2024, for $1,000 prize pool. And that's going to be for Overwatch 2 and Rocket League. Again, be sure to sign up and register now. Do not put it off. You want to be involved in this showcase. You want to get an attempt at the money. $1,100 on the 12th and then $1,000 on the 13th. Be sure to sign up.
And last but not least, we need to give everyone a huge reminder that the most anticipated high school esports competition is making its return for 2024. The Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars is an exclusive event that provides talented high school players with the chance to compete in front of college recruiters and industry professionals. Selected participants will be featured in competition broadcasts across major platforms, offering exposure to larger esports audiences and guaranteed a piece of $20,000 prize pool. Visit allstars.staypluggedin.com. Again, that's allstars.staypluggedin.com. Fill out a quick form and begin your nominations today.
The most highly anticipated high school esports competition returns in 2024. 40 students chosen, honored, as having exemplified the true meaning of the phrase All-Star. Through your hard work and undeniable passion for Valorant or Rocket League, I call on every U.S. high school junior and senior to rise up, take game, and shoot for the stars. Start your nomination now.
Okay, if that last Coca-Cola All-Stars video did not get you hyped, I don't know what will. Like, I am already excited. I wish I could sign up, and unfortunately I can't because I'm too old, clearly. But with that being said, I mean, my goodness, it's such a, honestly, it really is quite the opportunity just to be able to sign up for that event. Like, not even just making it the full distance, you know, going to the Coca-Cola All-Stars, but just being able to sign up and participate. I mean, definitely sign up now, get registered, and make sure that you are able to participate in the Coca-Cola All-Stars. And again, you know, it's just been a complete day here at the showcase here for the September Spin Showcase. There's just so much left to be had. Again, we have a whole other day tomorrow, Nerdy Bird.
Yes, we do. Tomorrow we have some Overwatch and Rocket League action to bring to y'all. But for now, we get to say goodbye for the evening. You get to take a break. I get to take a break. And by that, I mean I'm going to go play Valorant or Super Smash. I don't know about you. But to everyone that joined us here today, to our production, to the TOs, to the players, the fans, we greatly appreciate you joining us today. We hope to see you tomorrow as well, that you can cheer on your friends that are playing in either Rocket League or Overwatch. And beyond that, we hope that you have a lovely Saturday. Once again, thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.